morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of Indo-Pacific Maritime Security Exchange. Before we kick off the conference, I'd like to remind everyone about our housekeeping rules. Please keep your cameras off and microphones muted at all times. As time permits, speakers may entertain questions from the audience. Please type your questions into the chat. All questions and comments should be respectful and promote a healthy, positive exchange of perspectives and ideas. Anyone making disrespectful comments in the chat will be removed. For best viewing, you may want to select speaker view and hide non-video participants from the view icon in the top right of your screen. Now, I want to remind you that a recording of the proceedings will be available at imschawaii.org as it's being broadcast on YouTube Live. As a registered attendee, you have exclusive rights to this content. Your username and password have been emailed to you. The IMSC website also includes a very comprehensive library on the subject of IUU fishing, which may be available to all who visit the site. Yesterday, we examined the problem of IUU fishing. Today, we're going to focus on solutions. To begin this discussion, we'll turn to innovative new technologies to detect IUU fishing and direct authorities to the perpetrators. Vessels engaged in illegal catch, vessels engaged in illegal transshipment of the catch, stateless and dark vessels, as well as legally registered vessels engaged in illegal activity. Our first group of speakers will focus on detection of illegal fishing activity through the use of remote sensors, shining a light on a dark ocean. First up this morning is Dr. Chris Elvidge, the Director, Earth Observation Group at the Payne Institute for Public Policy, Colorado School of Mines in Golden, Colorado. Dr. Elvidge pioneered the development of global satellite-derived nighttime lights and led the production of a 28-year time series of global DMSP nighttime lights from 1992 to 2019, and a 9-year VIIRS nighttime lights time series 2012 to 2020. His nighttime lights from DMSP and VIIRS are now a widely used satellite data product in a diverse range of fields that range from biology, urban science, economics, and astronomy. Welcome, Dr. Elvidge.
Great. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today about a product that we make. Let's see, I'm trying to share the screen. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, can you see the screen now?
Perfect.
Great. So I'm going to talk about the satellite detection of lit vessels. And they're typically fishing boats that are using lights to attract their catch. And this is something we make with satellite data collected by NOAA. And it's from an instrument called the VIIRS, the Visible Infrared Imaging Radiometer Suite. And it's a meteorological sensor. And so the entire design was to meet the requirements of the meteorologists, not only in the US government, but with input from meteorologists around the world. It collects swaths of data. It's flying around from pole to pole in a circle around the Earth. It collects with a 3,000 kilometer swath width in 22 spectral channels. And that swath width is designed to give complete global coverage, both a daytime coverage and a nighttime coverage. And here's a very nice image showing the Western Pacific Ocean. And you can see the beautiful cloud features, you can see the land, you can see the water. And so you might ask, well, how can you possibly see boats in data that comes from this instrument? And so here's where the VIIRS does something very unusual. It collects what we call low light imaging data in the visible at night. It is to meet a requirement from the meteorologists who said they wanted to be able to see clouds at night in the visible. And if you turn on a normal instrument, satellite instrument, visible channel at night and look at the Earth, you won't see anything because the detection limits are set for sunlight. But the VIIRS does a million-fold amplification of the signal in order to see moonlit clouds. And here's an image of Manila, and I can see moonlit clouds up in the upper right-hand corner out in the water. You can see the land, you can see the water, and you see the lights. And so as a consequence of this light intensification that's designed for clouds, detection of clouds, the instrument also detects lights at the Earth's surface. And some of those lights are from boats. And so here's a little further south. at the northern end of the Palawan Islands, and you can see there are lights out in the water. Most of them are these spots. Those are boats. And then there's a circular one that's a gas flare. So this is the data that we have from 2012 to present. It's collected every night globally. We don't have to schedule it. It just happens. And we get the data. It's about 2 hours old, and we make our product. So here's an example, another example of boats out in the water. This is the Java Sea. And so at the southern end, you can see the island of Java. You can see Jakarta and some of the other cities. And out in the middle of the Java Sea, you can see these clusters of lights, spots of lights. And so that again, those are boats. And so what we do is we developed algorithms. We wrote our own algorithms to find these pinpricks of light that are out in the water. And then we characterize them and sort them based on what we think they probably are and how sharp those lighting features are. And so we take the image data and we extract the boats, and we have their latitudes and longitudes, and we end up with points. And of course, the points are much smaller, more compact in size than the original images. So we're able to take vast quantities of this data and distill it down to relatively compact lists of detections that have latitudes, longitudes, and some of the details regarding the observation and the brightness and the sharpness of the features. And this is the type of light that is carried on fishing boats that are using light to attract their catch. And so the typical light is between 1,000 and 3,000 watts. They're typically metal halide. Slowly, those are getting replaced by LEDs, but from what I've seen, most boats that are using lights like this are still using metal halide. And so they're very large bulbs. They are mounted on cables above the deck, and the boat goes out, turns the lights on after sunset, and then they wait. And they're literally trying to throw up as much light into the sky as they can, because they know that a certain percentage of that light will come back into the water and create a gradient that draws the sea life towards the source of the light. And so they just wait until they have congregated a large mass of sea life, and then they can use their nets or jigs, whatever gear they are used to using. Okay, now here's a boat that we're pretty sure VIIRS cannot detect. It has 24-watt compact fluorescent light bulbs. There's about 8 of them on this little boat. They're all pointed down and they're shielded. And so it's very low wattage, about 200 watts total, but it's pointed into the water and it's shielded. And so this is not a boat that VIIRS can detect. From our experiments, we know that the VIIRS can detect about a 1,000-watt light bulb if it's exposed to the sky. But if it's shielded, then it's not going to be easy. Now, where are the boat detections from this system? They are largely along the east coast of Asia and down through Southeast Asia. And then there are several other pockets. This type of practice is widely used by the squid fishing fleets. And so those show up prominently. But that avenue from the whole east coast of Asia down into Southeast Asia, that is Grand Central Station for boats using lights to attract their catch. Now, we sort the detections based on what we think they are and how sharp the features are. And so the best detections we call quality flag 1, and we indicate those with the little sailing boat. There are weak detections that are quality flag 2. There are blurry detections. We know that some of these places are gas flares, and So we'll label those based on our other work on combustion sources. There are recurring lights. Those are places where, for some reason, the boat detection is occurring in the same place often enough that over a year we can say that there's something different at that spot, that it's attracting a boat over and over and over again. And then there are platforms. Those are lit structures that are out in the water. We don't think they're fishing boats. We think that they're platforms, and we distinguish them from gas flares because the gas flares have a combustion source. The platforms just have a light. Okay, well, here's last night's data. And so this is the southern coast of China down into Vietnam, and you can see part of the Philippines as well. And so there you can see the clusters of detections. There are 3 different sizes of place marks depending on how bright the feature is. And we can actually go and take a look at some of that data. So let's go look at a sample. Here's a sample boat. And so we have the latitude, the longitude, the UTC time, the local date and time, and the radiance. This one is in a disputed waters that are claimed by Japan, China, and Taiwan. And let's see the local date and time. It's this morning at 1:52 local time. And so normally we have this product ready about 4 hours after the satellite passes over. And this is just a taste of what this data looks like and its temporal latency. Okay, so there are 14 orbits a day, and so today's file grows incrementally as new data arrives, and we add that and form something we call a day file. And when the new day starts, we put that one over to the side in a separate directory so that users can access it, and we start a new file for the new day. And so we make a KMZ that you can view in Google Earth, and a CSV, which is the tabular data. We also make monthly summary grids and annual summary grids. And those are extremely valuable because there are spatial patterns that you can see in a month or a year of data that aren't obvious in the nightly data. So we always recommend, even if though you're interested in the nightly data, take a look at the monthly and annual data as well, so that you get a better understanding of the types of clusters and geometric arrangements that the boats form. Okay, and so we have a home page for this product. We have a map selector that allows users to select a service area or the global data and download the files. There's a data repository so that you can skip the map selector and go directly to the directory that's of interest. And then we have alerts. And so the alerts go out by email. And here's an example of an alert that we run for Vietnam. And so you can see that we list the date, we list the total number of detections, we give a graphic that shows the detection pattern, and then we show you the sections of orbits that went into making this data product. And then there are the links to the CSV and the KML. And so these alerts, we try to get them out by 6 o'clock in the morning local time. Sometimes they're a little bit later, sometimes they're a little bit earlier, but it's all based on when we can get access to the data. And once we do, then we can make these products and get the alerts out pretty quick. All right, now I'm going to tell you about some work we did cross-matching VIIRS boat detections with VMS. And this was done in Indonesia with about 3 years of VMS data that was provided by the Indonesian Fishery Agency. And you can see we have a long list of authors, including people on my team and people from Indonesia, both from universities and government agencies. And what we did was to do cross-matching between the VIIRS and VMS records. And one of the reasons we wanted to do that is to find out which types of boats are most frequently detected. And so what we found was that there's a gear type called handline that had, although there are not that many boats, it had a very high percentage of detection with VIIRS, where we get a match between VIIRS and VMS. Stick dip net, that's a type of squid fishing. Squid jigging, that's obviously the squid. And handline tuna, small pelagic purse seiners. Those types of boats were detected quite frequently. And then as you go down the list, you get a smaller and smaller percentage of detections, cross matches between VIIRS and the VMS. Now, one of the other interesting things that we found in this study is that 93% of the VIIRS boat detections had no VMS. They couldn't get matched with VMS. And so the best explanation for that is that the VIIRS is detecting vessels that are smaller than the 30 gross ton threshold, at which point the boats are required to carry VMS. And so and we found similar cross-matching relationships with AIS. And so what it says is that this data set is basically disjoint from VMS and AIS. That adding this data in gives you adds in a whole new cadre of vessel detections that you would have no idea about if you just had VMS or AIS. Okay, now here's a temporal loop. This is monthly data. This is in the Natuna Sea, showing the intersection of Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, waters, and you can see Singapore is there as well. And so you can see the spatial patterns, such as these dots and sometimes grids that show up that indicate that there's some reason why the detection is occurring over and over again at that spot. It could be for instance, a lift net platform that uses lights. Also, you can see what appear to be clusters of boats that are swarming around the EEZ lines and sometimes coming down into Indonesian waters. So this is one reason why I always recommend that in addition to working with the nightly data, you also have a look at the monthly and annual data so that you have some idea of what the clusters are and the spatial patterns are in your area of interest. Okay, well, here's my summary slide. We make this global product with VIIRS. We have a record that goes back to 2012 and nightly data up until last night. You don't get the identity of the boat. You don't know the name of the boat. All you know is its location, its radiance, which is its brightness. And then we have our quality ratings so that we rate how clear the data spike is, the light spike, and whether there are, whether it's a good quality detection or a blurry detection. Now, it's primarily detecting boats that are using lights to attract their catch, but in some parts of the world, we do see faint traces of detections, particularly when you take data for a whole year. The Mediterranean is a good case in point because we can see when you take a whole year's worth of data on top of each other, you can begin to see these faint traces of straight lines going between ports. And so that appears to be passenger ferries. But the vast majority of the detections from this system are from fishing boats. The detection limit seems to be about 1,000 watts. That's one of those very large light bulbs that we looked at early on in the presentation. If it's exposed to the sky, there's a chance you can get it detected by VIIRS. And so some of the boats have 60,000, 100,000, sometimes more watts. And so they're very easy to detect when they've got that much light. We have temporal increments of nightly, monthly, and annual. We can provide alert services for marine protected areas, for fishery closures, or for whole EEZ zones. Now, regarding IUU, well, you have to interpret it by context, spatial context, because in general, there's nothing illegal about turning your lights on and using it for fishing. But if you're in a fishery closure, then yeah, it's IUU. Or for instance, in the Philippines, we have a great use case where they have a buffer that goes out 15 kilometers from shore that's restricted, no commercial fishing. And so they allow small boats to operate in there, but not the commercial fishing boats. And we're pretty sure that the VIIRS only detects lights from commercial fishing boats. So they use it in the Philippines to monitor the what are called municipal waters, and they get arrests and interceptions based on the tip-off that this system gives them. And finally, I just want to reiterate that this data source is largely disjoint from other data sources like AIS and VMS. So I think that's my presentation. And I don't know if we have time for questions, but if you want to contact me, just send me an email. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Elvidge, thank you very much. That's as we go through this series this morning, we're going to see a lot of different ways that that VIIRS and other types of data are collected. And I think when you talked about intersections and context, that it becomes very interesting. And maybe some of these connections have been made already, and maybe they haven't. But I'll ask one question before we move on, and that is, have you done any work to correlate with other data sources?
Yeah, well, the most extensive one was with VMS. And we've done a similar thing with AIS. Global Fishing Watch uses our data and has done more work doing the cross-matching with AIS. And what we found and what they found also is that it's largely disjoint, that there are size restrictions, for instance, for VMS and AIS, that only the larger boats have those GPS beacons. And so it appears that VIIRS is detecting smaller boats that have lights and get detected, but are not required to carry AIS or VMS. And so that's why this is potentially a valuable addition to the other data sources.
Well, that's perfect. Thank you very much, Dr. Elvidge. We're going to see some other examples of collecting data in other ways. And the next one of that will be our next speaker, who is retired Navy Rear Admiral Ken Perry. Admiral Perry is now the Vice President in Strategy and Business Development at Thayer Mahan, and he joined them to invigorate maritime monitoring capabilities with intelligent unmanned systems and innovative operating concepts. Admiral Perry is a career maritime and undersea professional, served with distinction in the United States Navy, had command of a nuclear missile submarine, an attack submarine, and various appointments and roles as a flag officer. What he's going to talk to us today is he's going to talk to us about persistent acoustic surveillance to counter IUUF. So I want to welcome Admiral Ken Perry to the IMSC stage now. Admiral Perry.
Hey, thanks very much, Larry, and good morning, and mahalo, aloha to everyone. Thanks, Larry, for that kind introduction. And thanks to the Indo-Pacific Maritime Security Exchange for the opportunity to speak at this important conference. As Larry said, I'm Ken Perry, a career submariner and now running strategy and business development for Thayer Mahan. Thayer Mahan is a leading designer, builder, and operator of autonomous maritime systems that collect and report data on and under the world's oceans. And we believe autonomous systems, and in particular passive acoustic systems, can be a key enabler in countering IUU phishing. We think of it as shining an acoustic light on the IUU problem. I'd like to share my screen and then take us through a few slides to describe what we do. Excuse me. You'll bear with me, please. Larry, this works so well in practice. Thank you. And Larry, if I could get confirmation that you can see the screen, I'll proceed.
We can see it, Admiral.
Okay, thanks so much. And thanks for your patience. So autonomous monitoring of IUU phishing is our solution as part of an integrated system of solutions to deal with the urgent threat of IUU phishing. Broadly speaking, we heard from a number of experts yesterday that talked about the problem. If I could sum it up very simply, we don't have the coverage we want in the areas that are needed. Resources are tight. Ownership of the problem is sometimes ambiguous, and enforcement is difficult, costly, and politically complex. But there is good news. The technology is ready today to identify and localize phishing activity in remote offshore areas with months-long persistence and rapid reporting. It's not free, but it is a fraction of the cost of crewed platforms like aircraft and pilot patrol vessels to help solve this problem. You may be wondering why I'm showing a nuclear submarine in a briefing about illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. It's not just because I'm comfortable down there. It's because our company was founded by a former commander of the U.S. submarine force, and our team, including me, has combined experience of several hundred years patrolling, analyzing, and reporting vessels and activity of concern on and under the world's oceans. Submariners must know what's happening on the surface of the ocean to operate safely below. And so acoustic classification of fishing activities has been a submarine survival skill for decades. At Thayer Mahan, we have integrated acoustic detection of fishing vessels into our autonomous maritime systems. This illustration shows our outpost system, which is a deep-towed passive acoustic array hosted on a small unmanned surface vehicle, or USV. Using an unmanned surface vehicle allows outposts to harness natural energy available at the ocean surface and provides continuous access to satellites for rapid reporting. The outpost system is capable of operating over 90 days at a time in open ocean without hands-on maintenance. We've operated outposts in conditions up to sea state 7 with wave heights of greater than 15 feet and wind gusts over 40 knots. Now, like other surveillance platforms, our detection range is not great during the middle of a major storm, but Outpost is able to stay on station when many ships and aircraft must take weather avoidance action. This allows our systems to resume operations quickly in the area of interest after a storm passes. Here's a sketch of Outpost with a bit of focus on our passive acoustic array. This array is towed 100 meters or deeper below the ocean surface, away from much of the surface environmental noise. it detects vessels day and night in low visibility, including specifically dark ships, which deliberately or conveniently turn off their AIS and other RF transmitting systems. And if I may, having just followed the excellent briefing by Dr. Eldridge, it will detect ships that are operating with lights on, lights off, or not commuting on their radios. Detection ranges of 10 to 20 miles are routine and can extend to 100 miles or more in some environmental conditions. Our outpost systems are proven. For example, we have systems that are operating now with the US Navy and have conducted monitoring operations for the US Southern Command. In addition to acoustic sensing, our next host vehicle will also have greater payload capacity for electro-optical sensors. That vehicle is undergoing sea trials now for availability later this calendar year. Our team includes a cadre of experienced Navy sonar operators, think Jonesy in the movie Hunt for Red October, as well as expert acoustics engineers. And together, this team has collected extensive data on fishing vessels to understand their sound characteristics and engineer edge processors to autonomously detect and report fishing activity. On this slide, starting at the upper left, Outpost detects sound energy produced by a source in the ocean, in this case, of course, a fishing vessel. Outpost then classifies the type of vessel through analysis of the acoustic signature, which is a product of the vessel engine, the drivetrain, and auxiliary components, as well as gear for various types of fishing activity. Currently, this classification process is a result of human-machine teaming. And we, like other data collectors that have presented here in this conference, we are developing algorithms and AI tools using our rich acoustic data sets to enable autonomous monitoring and classification at large scale. In the lower right of this slide is an example of the sonar display that is transmitted by the Outpost platform to our operations center, and it's transmittable to any customer designated operations center that we're working for. This sonargram, this particular one on the slide, shows the engine signature of a fishing vessel off Cape Cod. The frequency lines show the relationship between the cylinder firing rate of the engine and a crankshaft-driven seawater pump. It's this relationship and other types of relationships that our acousticians and engineers know well that help us inform the classification of the engine type, and then by that, the type of vessel. On this slide, a bit more detail shows how Outpost provides information to localize and further characterize vessel activity. The upper right shows two cross lines. These are cross-bearing lines generated from simultaneous detection of a fishing vessel from multiple Outpost systems that are operating in that environment. The intersection of these lines defines an area that can provide cueing to an enforcement vessel or aircraft or satellite-based systems for additional data collection or enforcement actions. At lower left is an Outpost display of a fishing vessel's acoustic signature that shows the vessel maneuvering and station keeping as it would when engaged in fishing activity. At the lower right in the center, those two large red vertical lines indicate an acoustic transient associated with the recovery or deployment of fishing gear. And in contrast, I'll just show in the lower right is a sonargram of marine mammal upcalls, in this case, North Atlantic right whales, in the vicinity of our Outpost system during the time we were monitoring the fishing vessel. That's the acoustic transient of the fishing gear. And if you can hear that, that's some upcalls from marine mammals. Give you a sense of what it's like down there. This slide shows our operations center located in Groton, Connecticut, in the US, where trained analysts monitor our Outpost vehicles and payload information. And we fuse other available vessel and environmental information to provide a complete picture of the activity for our customers. Again, this type of information can be presented and analyzed at our operations center and conveyed to any web-enabled node, an operations center, a vessel afloat, an aircraft in the air, as the customer may want. The inset in the middle of the slide toward the right is a sample contact report that is tailored for a customer to provide information about the location and nature of the contact and its activity. This slide is an attempt to put it all together, what we've been talking about, the problem of IUU fishing and our concept of a solution. This shows a concept of employment for a notional area extending offshore of an archipelago where illegal fishing is a top concern. In this case, a deployment of 10 outpost systems can provide year-long coverage across remote offshore areas of interest, including economic exclusion zones, marine reserve, and marine protected areas. Of course, the specific deployment area, the reporting arrangements, sustainment services, and other details are configurable to meet the customer's needs. But to put this into perspective, these 10 systems can cover an area across a 600 kilometer or so economic barrier line, economic zone line, and can operate hundreds of miles offshore in remote areas that are costly and difficult many times for crewed platforms to access and continue to operate. This is an example of getting the data to where it's needed, which is one of the biggest challenges and one of the biggest keys to the success of any compliance enforcement type efforts. Starting at the lower right, the outpost system autonomously detects and curates and transmits contact data via satellite within minutes of detection. Dr. Elridge talked about temporal latency. In the case of our systems, that's about 10 minutes time from detect to automatic classification and transmit via satellite. The data is conveyed through secure cloud-based data architecture, and from the cloud, contact reports and other information are provided to our operations center, which you see in the far left, and any customer designated center. This diagram depicts a concept of operations for detecting and reporting in support of NOAA and partner agencies. As an example, we'll be demonstrating outpost detection and reporting later this year in association with NOAA and an NGO in the waters of Stellwagen Bank National Marine Sanctuary. There are a number of gaps that have been outlined by experts yesterday. I think we'll continue to talk about that today. Acoustics alone, to be fair, is not going to eliminate IUU fishing as the top maritime security challenge. We certainly acknowledge that, but we do feel that acoustics can be a key enabler in an integrated system of detection, deterrence, and enforcement capabilities. This slide shows some specific gaps that Outpost can help fill. For example, it can deploy for months in remote locations that are difficult to access and costly to sustain with crewed vessels and aircraft. Small systems, our systems are inherently scalable, easy to produce, relatively easy to produce, so that it can cover large areas. We have proven acoustic analysis techniques to recognize fishing activity. And again, months-long persistence allows us to identify and characterize human patterns of behavior over long periods, including long closure periods of protected areas. Getting down to how we execute this, we provide a full range of services because as much as we love the engineering and the sustainment of systems, we recognize what many organizations most want is the awareness of what's going on in particular areas. They want to know the data so that they can make the informed decisions about what actions to take. For these organizations, we offer turnkey operation of the surveillance assets, the analysis of the output, and tailored products to provide the information customer needs. we see the benefits as the customer receives the information you want without the friction of maintaining the system. You pay only for the delivered performance, and you don't need to spend precious resources developing non-core skill sets and all the logistics tail of making these operations possible. We're ready to support now. We realize that it's a very complex problem. We realize that resources are tight. And for any that are interested, we're very happy to talk in more detail about how passive acoustic detection and reporting can support your needs and your priorities. Again, taking another look at a concept of employment in the IUU fishing area of concern, this is possible within 1 year. With that, I want to thank the Indo-Pacific Maritime Security Exchange again. I'd also like to thank all my fellow presenters because I'm learning a lot from you, and hope that continues here throughout the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you much, Admiral Perry, for that presentation. And we are going to learn more as we move through the morning here about other means of detecting. And it seems to me that the world is getting smaller in the maritime domain, that it's very going to become much more difficult to operate clandestinely in this environment as long as we collaborate on many of these detection modes and are able to aggregate and analyze the information. The oceans will become much more transparent. Would you agree?
I would agree with that, Larry. I think what you've just mentioned is, in addition to all the technical solutions in the respective fields, the different types of energy, RF, optical, acoustic, as I think each of the presenters have said correctly, it's sharing that information so that you have a coherent picture of what's going on, the sharing, the transparency of exchange of information, and highlighting the most relevant information. I think that's going to be key. And we want to be part of that solution. Over.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation today. Our next presenter is going to be looking at a different technology, and that is Richard Holmquist from Hawkeye 360. Mr. Holmquist is an environmentalist, National Guard veteran, and a sales executive at Hawkeye 360. And we're proud to have them as one of our sponsors for IMSC this year. And so welcome, Mr. Holmquist. We're eager to hear about your company's capabilities.
Welcome. Thank you to the Navy League and IMSC for the invitation to speak today. I'm thrilled to represent Hawkeye 360 on this panel, and we are pleased to sponsor this important conference. The title of the panel is Shining a Light on the Dark Ocean. I'd turn that around just a bit. Although Hawkeye doesn't shine light, we certainly detect light. Whether that light is from navigational radars in the X or S band of the radio frequency spectrum, or from marine VHF radios, or from L-band satellite phones, or AIS, or from numerous other signals, Hawkeye 360 detects those signals from our satellites, geolocates them, and builds them into analytic products, often including other data sources. This image shows all the marine geolocations from our initial Pathfinder satellite cluster during its first 15 months of operations. So let me discuss an example from international fisheries. Some of you may have seen the work we publicized last year about the Chinese fleet that was fishing along the border of the Galapagos. The large fleet was detected by AIS, which largely showed them fishing just outside the EEZ in international waters. One concern by fisheries authorities and the public in general was that some of these vessels might be turning off their AIS periodically to fish illegally and undetected within the Galapagos EEZ. The Ecuador EEZ. So Hawkeye 360 monitored this area during July and August of last year. Our satellites have the advantage of monitoring a tremendous area in a single satellite pass, as much as 10 million square kilometers of ocean, depending on the signal. Most of the signals we detected, seen here in white, occurred outside of the EEZ, but in the highlighted box in red, you see a number of RF detections inside the EEZ. Some of those detections were associated with AIS and known activity, others were not. Those unknown detections are what we call dark vessels. Hawkeye 360 data helps the authorities to direct their attention to those suspicious contacts. Now they can deploy their aircraft or patrol vessels directly to the locations of highest interest, or they can task electro-optical or synthetic aperture radar satellites to provide additional insight. By the way, I look forward to ICEYE's presentation on the panel here today. They're a great option for SAR imagery. In this case, though, we partnered with Airbus. The SAR imagery provided additional insights, confirming Hawkeye 360's detections and helping to characterize the activity. You can read about this exercise in depth under the Insights section of the Hawkeye 360 website, but in the interest of time, I just want to emphasize that Hawkeye 360's RF products support this judicious tipping and queuing, and we can detect these signals over just a tremendous area. Some quick information about Hawkeye 360. We're the first commercial satellite RF company. We're the ones, we're the only ones headquartered in the United States. We have end-to-end capability from building our sensors to operating the satellites to processing the data and producing in-house our analytics and software. Our first satellite cluster became operational in February of 2019. We launched our second cluster, our first second generation cluster, in January of this year, and our third cluster launched in June. We're in the process of a regular cadence of launches now, and with our 10th cluster expected to be launched in early 2023. So this gives us this year at 40 degrees latitude a revisit rate of about 75 minutes. And that revisit rate will drop to about 45 minutes next year. I'm pleased to say that all of this work is fully funded under more than $155 million of private equity that's been raised to date. This is an example of our first generation satellites. They're about the size of a kitchen microwave. We operate in clusters of 3 satellites, allowing us the best geolocation capability. They fly in formation with 1 lead satellite and 1 trailing satellite separated by about 250 kilometers, with a third satellite oscillating back and forth between them. The satellites operate in a polar orbit, so they see the entire Earth multiple times per day. You'll see that we have 7 antennas on these satellites, giving us coverage by our software-defined radios of most of the spectrum from 144 megahertz to 16 gigahertz. Because we have fast and agile process of building and launching these satellites, we're also able to address specific needs from customers for expansions of our frequency range, additional payloads, or additional capabilities. In January and June of this year, as I said earlier, we launched second generation clusters. These new satellites are larger, they're dishwasher sized for the most part. They supply more power and they have dual payloads. All of these improvements will allow us to produce up to 10 times more data than the Gen 1 clusters. Here's an example of what our data look like. The top box designates 4 navigational radar contacts. Each location is shown with an orange dot and an associated 95% confidence interval in green. All of the purple dots on the map represent third-party AIS locations. So the bottom box shows a number of indications of where AIS lines up with X-band radar locations. The top box has no such correlation. So there's no AIS reports associated with those X-band radars. That's what we call dark vessels. Those would be dark vessels, or those vessels that aren't self-reporting their position and their identity. One unique capability that we offer is the ability to detect and demodulate the MIMSI from ships at sea from VHF channel 70. In this example, a ship went dark in the Gulf of Tonkin and reactivated their AIS near Singapore. But midway in their journey, Hawkeye 360 detected a VHF channel 70 call off the coast of Vietnam. We demodulated the MIMSI of the vessel. That allowed us to identify and locate the vessel despite it being dark to AIS. Compared to the satellite AIS providers, Hawkeye offers a unique capability here as well. We geolocate AIS emitters independent of the self-reported GPS position. When our geolocation doesn't match the self-reported position, it can be an indication that the vessel is falsifying or spoofing its location, which is a huge red flag. I have a couple minutes left here to show you one more example for how Hawkeye 360 is located dark vessel activity. This example is of a squid fleet in the Arabian Sea. The vessel shown here is a coastal boat, but it gives you an idea for the technique. So you're using lights to attract squid. The deep sea vessels just do this on a much bigger scale. So shown here are individual tracks from AIS of multiple squid vessels. Most of them are Chinese vessels. At first glance, all of the vessels during the month of January were fishing in international waters. In the inset box, I'll call your attention to the oval with the dashed lines that says no vessel activity. There was no AIS activity identified in that region. But Hawkeye 360 detected significant activity in that region in both VHF marine radio and X-band navigational radar signals within the EEZ of Oman, where no AIS was being detected. In this case, our detections were easily confirmed by another method. NASA VIIRS night light imagery, or those white blotches there, detects the bright squid lights from space. So that confirmed our RF detections inside the Omani EEZ that they were associated with those squid boats. But in most parts of the world, fisheries don't use lights. And so detecting vessels that aren't using AIS or VMS over a large remote region is exceptionally difficult without RF geolocation like what Hawkeye 360 is providing. Well, my time's up, but thanks again to the Navy League and IMSC for the opportunity to speak to this topic. Please feel free to reach out to me directly for additional details. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion.
Richard, thank you very much. It's now my pleasure to introduce Marie-Léonard Dior and Canal Gaucher from Unseen Labs, a small company in France. Unseen Labs operates a unique satellite-based technology to identify, recognize, and track a broad range of radio emitters and collects and processes proprietary data for maritime surveillance. Welcome, Ms. Léonard Dior and Ms. Gaucher.
Hello everyone, I'm Canal Gaucher, Unseen Labs Communication Manager.
Hi everyone, I'm Marie-Léonard. I'm Sales Manager at Unseen Labs.
We are delighted to participate in the Indo-Maritime Security Exchange to present Unseen Labs, a French space operator in radio frequency monitoring domain. In other words, we deploy satellites in space to detect all electromagnetic signals emitted from the ground. You understand it, our technology allows us to locate electromagnetic waves emitted on Earth. But for now, our first application market is maritime surveillance. The main reason is because there is a huge lack of maritime data. In fact, today we do not know where most of the ships are at sea, which cause serious environmental, economic, security and humanitarian consequences. Until now, there has been no way to see the real presence of vessels at sea. That is where we come in, with our radio frequency data that allows our clients to have an exhaustive maritime situational awareness on their waters.
The other reason why we focus on maritime surveillance is the growing number of challenges endangering international trade, international security, and the environment. For instance, when 90% of goods are transported by sea, there is 80% of time vessel positions that are unknown. Also, 20% of fish comes from illegal fishing, which represents 1 fish out of 5 illegally catched. Piracy activities and many other types of trafficking keep increasing, and in the end, most of these illegal behavior are unprosecuted. Legacy maritime surveillance systems are facing certain constraints, as they are depending on various factors such as the cooperation of active emitters, the sunlight expositions, or the favorable weather conditions, a small or limited coverage of area, or a lack of data accuracy. So we are here to fill the gap with our data. Our technology definitely become a game changer in maritime surveillance as we bring a new layer to maritime situational awareness and more visibility at sea. In complementarity with other existing data sources, we do not only detect radio frequencies thanks to our mono-satellite technology with 1 kilometer accuracy, but we characterize the vessels by providing RF technical parameters. Based on that, we are creating a unique footprint, unique ID of each vessel, in addition to other types of identification on the market.
The Indo-Pacific area represents 60% of the world population and 1/3 of international trade, and its stability is crucial to the international security. The maritime domain remains a place of tension between some countries, and we can see this clearly in the Indo-Pacific area with, in particular, terrorism, illegal fishing, and also many other offenses. All these criminal activities have strong consequences at the international level, and it is now necessary to bring new data, new means of surveillance to reduce this offensive and help maritime stakeholders take solid decisions to operate at sea with the right information. As another example, in mid-March 2021, UNCLAB surveyed the Argo-Rowley Terrace Marine Park area located in northwestern Australia. For decades, the creation of marine reserves has facilitated the work of monitoring Australia's protected areas. But these protected areas are huge and the capacity to monitor them is limited. Indeed, in an exclusive economic zone where there is a range of different fishing activities, we now need a way to effectively monitor the area and enforce the law. UNCLAB examined the Argo-Rowley Terrace Marine Park to provide a new perspective on vessel behavior to increase visibility beyond IS. The picture below displays all IS vessels points merged with blue RF signals, then revealing the presence of suspicious vessels. And this is the RF power. We can see everything. Here are some examples of acquisition of Mozambique and Sri Lanka. Once again, we can see the invisible vessels that are revealed inside the red circles. This is the type of map we provide to our clients. They can then analyze them, make decisions, and act at sea.
With 4 satellites in orbit at present, the goal is to deploy a fleet of 25 satellites by 2025. And this is in order to reduce the revisit time to get close to real time and also being able to look at multiple areas at the same time. When a few more are to be launched in the end of 2021, we're expecting an average of 6 satellites to be launched every year until then. Regarding the use cases, we are a dual company, so we work with private and public actors. In terms of public actors, we support some navies, Coast Guard agencies, some ministries of fishing in various different applications. And on the private side, we work with business intelligence, with fisheries organizations, with maritime insurance, ship owners, some marine protection areas, or oil and gas industries, for instance.
Thank you for listening to us.
Please feel free to contact us through our website or through the contact details we provided.
And enjoy the IMSE.
are everywhere, switching off their beacons to become untrackable, threatening security, endangering the environment. Now is the time to open your eyes. Start counting on us. We are Unseen Labs, a new CubeSats constellation based on signal intelligence. Yes, we count. All boats, including non-cooperative vessels. For real. Real added value and actionable data. In near real time to take solid decisions. Anytime, anywhere, whatever the weather. We trace, you track.
No, that's all right. 619 North Laramie.
Yep, 10-4.
Unseen Labs changes the game of maritime surveillance service. Stop laying.
Our last speaker in this segment is Andrew Parlock from ISI UACE, a company that's based in Finland. Mr. Parlock is a highly skilled aerospace engineer with more than 25 years of experience in the global defense and cybersecurity industries. Currently, he is the Director of Sales for ISI US. ISI is a forerunner in the commercial small satellite revolution, having built and operating the world's largest commercial SAR satellite constellation. Andrew is responsible for pushing the limits of SAR technology with North American commercial and defense markets, while supporting international efforts with the U.S. Department of Defense combatant commands. Andrew's work also supports the intelligence community domestically and internationally. Welcome, Mr. Parlock.
Thanks so much, Larry. Mahalo. Hi, everybody. Andrew Parlock. Great introduction, and just really happy to be representing ISI here at the Indo-Pacific Maritime Security Exchange. So I'm going to share my screen and hope everything works. Fantastic. So we're talking about a little bit of a different technology than we've talked about today. But I can already see a lot of really great opportunities for partnership. This is a big problem. Ken mentioned it, Hawkeye 360 mentioned it, Chris, Dr. Elvidge mentioned it, Unseen Labs mentioned it. No one data source is going to solve this problem. So SAR, that is synthetic aperture radar, is going to be one of the tools we need to use here. All right, so what is SAR? SAR, just that, synthetic aperture radar imaging. This is using radar imaging from space. This is active sensing. We're actually beaconing the ground with microwaves. We're seeing through clouds, through darkness, smoke, whatever the case may be. We're 24/7, 365, all weather, all the time. This is an actual image. The left is what would be considered an electro-optical image through some clouds and tough coverage. Same image taken with SAR technology on the right. So very active and all weather all the time. And I think that's very important as we talk about IUU and in particularly supporting IUU. A little bit about ISI. We're an international team headquartered out of Helsinki, Finland. ISI US is here in Irvine. So we've got an entire team based in Irvine. We're actually building satellites. We have a manufacturing facility in Irvine, California. But we're global in nature. And I think that's going to be very important as we attempt to solve this problem. We have mission operations in just outside of Helsinki in Espoo. a 24/7 operations center in Warsaw, Poland, and then folks located throughout the globe. We really deliver three things. We deliver data. We will deliver you imagery over any AOI in the world. Satellite missions. In particular, some of these challenges are going to need dedicated satellites to combine with other assets to solve this problem. And then solutions. We have a couple really excellent full solution sets, and I would love to have follow-up phone calls afterwards to see if we can't put a solution together for counter IUU. Some milestones for ISI, just to talk a little bit about what we've done so far. Earlier this year, we launched our test satellite June 29th on Transporter 2. We had 4 satellites on there, or all successfully launched. Of those 14 satellites, 10 are actively imaging, and any number of those that are in our what we would call our imagery factory. But it gives us a real excellent capability across the globe. Launching the next 4 satellites yet by Q1 next year, and then an additional 4 satellites before the end of 22. So the constellation's expanding, nearly doubling in the next 16 months. What's this really mean? Our revisit rate is excellent, unprecedented, really. 45 times a day over the poles, equatorially 7 to 10 times per day. So we cover all the world's oceans multiple times per day. And we do that in a couple different ways. We have unseen labs, mentioned it before. These are huge areas of concern. ISI has multiple imaging capacities. The largest is 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers, where we can detect just about larger vessels, 12 meters or larger. We can then narrow in, I believe our friends from Hawkeye mentioned earlier, about tipping and queuing, and also Admiral Perry mentioned tipping and queuing. So we can get a signal from an RF or undersea beacon, and then go in and image very closely. Our spotlight imagery will enables sub 1 meter accuracy, and that's what this is all about right here. So these are our 3 imaging modes: 100 kilometers by 100 kilometers, all the way down to 5 kilometers by 5 kilometers, and really gives an amazing level of accuracy. And with our revisit rate, we have the ability to take a look at the world's oceans in a really unique and never before seen way. And what's this really mean? We talk about tipping and queuing. On the left is one of our ScanSAR images. We know there's a ship there. Certainly a computer could go and identify that as a ship. Tipping and queuing our own satellites, going in for a spotlight image, we can now see the type of ship, the direction it's moving, and what's happening. So this is part of the larger problem set here. Again, no one technology, no one company solves this problem on their own. This is a partnership, which is another reason why we're really happy to be here today. Just some, a little bit of kind of what SAR can do, the level of detail. This is a 5 kilometer by 5 kilometer image in Australia. And you can go into that image and pull out the data, whatever data you need. So we're able to image the entire port, 25 square kilometers, pretty significant space, and then go in and pick out to a very small size. Here, a ship, probably 100 meters or so type ship, go in, pick that ship out and see what's happening. In this case, we can see the ships being pushed into port via tugs. So this becomes a really interesting piece of information. Talk about more illicit stuff being found. This is off the coast of Syria. 2 ships, this is a legal fueling that was spotted by ISI. 2 ships rafted up against each other. Again, using some of our other partners, EO partners, or RF partners, Hawkeye, Unseen Labs, whatever the case may be. we can now go in and get a better idea of what's happening with these ships. Again, this is not illegal fishing, but this is illegal activity at sea, which is extremely important. So I want to talk very specifically about dark vessel detection in support of counter IUU fishing, because it is something that's really important. ISI, first and foremost, has a very strong humanitarian mission, and we see this as not just an economic, but also humanitarian mission. So here's a great image that shows not just the beauty and capability of SAR imagery, but what can be done when that imagery is then, or that data is then fused with AIS data. So this is off the coast of Miami. Have about 20 vessels here off the coast of Miami. And all of these vessels are beaconing. They're all what we call legal, operating within legal realm of operation. And another interesting thing about SAR is its ability to detect on the vertical plane. So if you can see on each one of those ships, we get a sense of the wake, we get a sense of the movement of the ship, combine that with partner data from AIS, and we get a sense of what's happening with these ships, what's going where. Some not as clean, not as necessarily as clean, but as obvious imagery. So we actually have looked off this next set of imagery is off the coast of Peru in direct support of IUU or counter IUU. And this is dark vessel detection example. So this is a strip mode, 35 by 50 kilometer strip mode, 650 kilometers off the west coast of Peru. So ISI is able to, again, a very important, and it's a theme that is carried through each one of the talks that we've gone through today, and it is data fusion. So each one of these circles represents a vessel. Each one of the green circles represents a vessel that's beaconing AIS. Certainly 650 kilometers off the coast of Peru, you would expect all the vehicles or all the ships to be large enough to be beaconing AIS. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 vehicles not beaconing. These are dark vessels. So what this is going to enable us to do is now tip and cue local authorities, local Coast Guard, the navies, and to use their assets in a very efficient and organized way. We can deliver this image very quickly, multiple times a day. So the local navies, the local enforcement agencies can very efficiently go in and understand what's happening with each of these dark vessels, and extremely important. But again, the same aspect, you have the vessels, what we would call collaborative vessels. These vessels are we can go in, this is a strip map. If need be, we can tip and cue our own satellites, go in and take a spotlight image of an individual vessel, deliver that data to local enforcement. Again, it's all about using the very limited resources of countries in a very efficient way. And combining that with some of the partner companies in this panel here today would be extraordinary, and ISI would welcome that opportunity. I probably took less than my 10 minutes. I think the message is very clear. SAR is one of, I personally believe, probably one of the most powerful tools, able to image exceedingly large swaths of ocean very efficiently, deliver that data very quickly to the ground, and do it in a way that's never been done before at a pace that's never been seen before. ISI's constellation is the largest in the world, and it's growing. And so we welcome the opportunity, we welcome the conversation, we really welcome and are happy to be part of this panel here today on this really difficult problem to solve. So this is me, Andrew Parlock. I'm located just outside of DC. Email, phone number, I really welcome the conversation and follow-up. So Larry, I'll hand it back over to you.
Andrew, do you mind taking a question?
I would love to.
I see you're still building your satellite constellation.
Always.
And I'm sure, as that builds, it'll become more responsive. But can you talk to me a little bit about revisit times and typical times from detection to when you can do a spotlight image, and what your capability might be now, and then when your constellation is completed?
Yeah, Larry, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to one of my slides here. But we'll go right back to this slide here. I hope you can see my screen.
Our team's going to enable that in a minute if they can.
Tell you what, we don't need it.
Okay.
So Larry, right now our revisit rate at a minimum 7 to 10 times a day equatorially, as we move from an equatorial plane to higher latitudes, 25 to 35 times a day, across the poles upwards near 50 times a day, so approaching more than twice an hour. That's what the constellation is capable of today. Constellation will have 8 more satellites in the constellation within the next 16 months. And we're not stopping there. We're going to continue launching, replacing, and replenishing assets. Right now, all our assets are flying in polar orbits. But as the constellation builds out, we'll look to other orbital regimes and make an even more robust revisit rate. So right now, our revisit rate's excellent, and it's getting better. And as we grow and expand, and I think the most important thing, Larry, as we have conversations with partners that are looking to do very specific missions, ISI is agile and responsive enough to deliver a full mission. That's what we would call a satellite, a full mission to a partner that's looking to do something very specific. So what you see here today is what plays well right now with our commercial and defense customer base, but we're looking to expand and understand the requirements of a new set of customers as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Larry. Great conversation.
We're going to take a break now, and we'll be back at 9:30.
Over $14 trillion of trades shipped yearly through the sea, and the amount of players involved in any trade is extensive, creating dependencies and risk exposure to everyone in the value chain. In a world of increasing deceptive shipping practices, compounded by rising regulations and compliance demands, you have to mitigate risk in order to stay ahead of the game. Data alone is no longer enough to ensure smooth sailing for your business. Introducing Windward, the leading maritime AI company, providing an all-in-one platform for all your risk management and maritime domain awareness needs. With real-time insights into ownership structure, cargo, and vessel behaviors, we help you make decisions with confidence. By leveraging our maritime domain expertise, augmented by best-in-class artificial intelligence and machine learning, we connect the dots, going beyond data to deliver a customized view of your risk with actionable predictive intelligence and insights through an easy API integration or as an online tool. Windward partners with leading global banks, insurance and energy companies, governments, and ship owners to navigate their risk while optimizing operations. We enhance any KYC, due diligence, vetting, or law enforcement processes, from screening and monitoring to deep investigations. We provide you with immediate go or no-go recommendation with 4 times less false positives, so you can focus on future-forward decisions to grow your business opportunities, secure your operations, and trade with confidence. Windward. Power your organization with maritime AI.
We're going to change up the order just a little bit, and welcome back. We're going to start with Matan Palet. And Matan Palet is the co-founder and vice president of product at Windward, which is a specialized data company. They bring big data analytics to one of the last Wild West frontiers, ship activity worldwide. We're also, I want to mention, we're proud to have Windward as one of our sponsors of IMSC this year. Mr. Palet will speak to us about deceptive shipping practices in IUU fishing and why behavioral analytics is the answer. Mr. Palet, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Larry. Hi, everyone. It's a genuine pleasure to join you today, and thank you for covering this super important topic. I hope you can see my screen. All right, just give me a thumbs up if everything works.
It's all good. It's all good. We've got your screen.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, so as you said in the beginning, and thank you for the intro, Windward is a global maritime AI company. And what we try to do best is basically to cater different organizations and to help them mitigate their risk across domains and challenges. And what we take a lot of pride in doing is to combine data, analytics, and science with deep domain knowledge. And IUU fishing topic is very close to our heart. And I would like to start with your permission with a story or use case in this case. So the Douglas Munro, and we heard yesterday Rear Admiral of D13 talking about assets and how to deploy assets across the Pacific, which is a huge region. And what we see here on the right, you can actually see the track, or some of the track of the Douglas Munro trip last year for IUU mission. And what we found very interesting, and by the way, it was a very successful mission, and the stats was great. But adding some data analytics on top of it, and looking a bit farther to the Pacific, we actually can see area 1 on the north and area 2 on the south on the screen, which have a very high density and population of fishing activity that I'm not sure that the Monroe back then at the time was aware of. And when we look at the sheer amount of data, and this is the entire Pacific, it's not even the world, there's just too much data, there's too much activity going on, how to tip in queue when you don't even know where to look for. And this is something that Windward set as a primary goal, and it's a combination between maritime knowledge and analytics to the actual behavioral aspect of those entities. So putting this in a bit more context, maybe from a data standpoint, and again, we're talking only the Pacific, we see a 2x growth in the amount of deadweight ton and the amount of fishing fleet from only a couple years ago. So in terms of the scale and the problem, it's only increasing and in alarming trends and sizes. Looking at the evolution, as we see it, of the deceptive shipping practices. So I think that most of us think today that the most problematic piece here is the dark activity. So in 2016, that was the main methodology, vessels turning off transmission deliberately. And today it's still a problem, but I have to say that look at the numbers, the actual modus operandi have changed throughout the years. And we saw early 2018 how identity spoofing becoming the most, let's call it, spread around technique to disguise or to alternate your identity was a key methodology to basically stay safe and not being boarded or detected. 2020, flag hopping became the most interesting method. Sadly, I need to report that the current deceptive shipping practice, it's much more alarming, and it involves a GNS or GPS manipulation from onboard the vessels or sometime offshore. All of those trends of deceptive shipping practices are part of what we need to face, especially when dealing with MDA missions. Taking this into, again, numbers, because this is what we try to do, try to quantify and highlight those events. On the dark activity angle, to say dark activity is one thing, but to really zero in or dial in on the areas when this phenomenon happen and understand it has its own seasonality and its own trends, I chose to show you one very concrete example of a vessel outside the coast of Argentina. So the blue line that you can see on the screen, this is actually the exclusive economic zone border. The yellow circle and the yellow triangles are an indication of a deliberate turn off of transmission. You would not be surprised to see that it happens very close to the border. And the reason is most of those vessels turning off transmission just before getting inside the economic zone to fish or to transfer the fish to a reefer and then back out again. But when we look and scale through time, and this kind of spaghetti line you see here on screen show you that this is a repeat offender. This is something that happened in scale. So we just heard the ISI presentation. The idea is where to put the effort, where to deploy the cutter, where to send a drone, or to take the SAR acquisition. So what we can actually see here that the data analytics are telling a very, very concrete story. Taking this up a notch, meetings are a very, let's call it spread type of behavior that we see across the board. Meetings can be conducted for all sorts of reasons. When they happen in the high sea, usually it's to transfer cargo, to refuel, or to bunker, or just for logistics purposes. It's very indicative when you see the vessels meeting and according to their origin or according to where they're going to assess and understand what was the purpose of the meeting. Obviously, for IUU fishing, this is a great way to conceal both the origin and the quantities. If the vessel does not enter a port or staying out of port for a long time, it's very hard to assess how much they took and what the type of fish and so forth. Moreover, it's important to highlight that a long duration at sea can be a very strong indicators of forced labor as well. Again, one concrete example of a vessel, a reefer, going all the way from the Eastern Sea, doing the Cape of Good Hope, only to meet with another vessel in Argentina or outside the coast of Argentina. On the bottom of the screen, you can actually see the purple line met with the yellow one, which is a local fishing vessel, and the cargo being taken all the way to Spain. So you can see even the draft change from 7.3 to 5.7. So we have a very clear indication on not just the voyage and the entities, but the economics behind it. It was worthwhile to take this long voyage just to collect the fish or the cargo in this case. And this is kind of the last piece of it. This is the vessel that transferred the fish, again, just outside of the border. And obviously no one can track where the ship and the fish came from. Last example, and this is in correspondence with my comment about GNS manipulation. We see here a fleet of 6 Chinese vessels going all the way to Antarctica, only to completely change, let's call it synthetically, the location, displaying a location which is completely falsified. So all 6 vessels are conducting a very elaborate and sophisticated way of location spoofing, just not to disclose their real whereabouts and where they are collecting the fish from. Zooming in on one of them, you can see that all the arrows indicate the same course over ground, and the synthetic behavior here is something that it is very easy to flesh out and show. Going back to the story I started with of the Douglas Munro, it obviously can be different when you know where to deploy your assets. And this is how this year looks like. So as opposed to last year, Area 2 completely shifted, and now it's actually in much closer to Central America. So I think that what we can actually see here is that deceptive shifting practices are something IUU fishing are using more and more with the growing trends. We understand at Windward, I believe at least, that the behavior analytics, it's the way to go, especially when you want to identify trends or where to focus your efforts, and especially for a better, much more efficient resource allocation. I want to thank you very much for your time today, and we are more than happy to try and answer any question or discuss separately if you have any thoughts. Larry, back to you.
Well, thank you very much. I do have a question, and that is, I wanted to ask you if you can talk a little bit about some of the data sources that you use. And, and maybe you could also talk about some of the data sources you'd like to use as part of your product.
So that's a great question. I thank you for raising this. We don't think that Windward should be very active in, let's call it, mining for insight. We provide technology. So we encourage our customers to use this type of technique in order to focus their efforts. I think that both SAR and other sources can be great addition, especially when you think about multi-layer approach. We're a strong believer in RF triangulation. So we think very highly of Hawkeye 360, which are very close friends of ours. And we are very fortunate to team up with these guys with their amazing technology. And obviously every type or any type of remote sensing, we highly encourage our customer to integrate with this method.
Well, thank you very much. And we're very appreciative of your time to come on today.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you again.
Next up is Ted Schmidt. And Ted is had been with conservation at the Allen Institute for Artificial Intelligence, where he's the product manager for Skylight. Ted has spent over 10 years leading efforts to bring fit-for-purpose technology solutions to a range of terrestrial and marine conservation issues. He's worked extensively in Africa with field organizations, applying technology to securing and managing protected areas. Prior to joining AI2, Ted was a senior program officer for the Computer Science and Telecommunications Board at the United States National Academies of Science. He served as business development director at several technology startups in Germany, Sweden, and the United States, leading the application of technology for an impact on a range of issues. He started his career as a software engineer for IBM, earning patents and several technical achievement awards. Ted holds a Master of Arts in International Science and Technology Policy from George Washington University, a Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering, and a Bachelor of Arts in German from Purdue University. Welcome, Mr. Schmidt.
Hello, Ted Schmidt, Director of Conservation at the Allen Institute for Artificial Intelligence, AI2, and the Product Manager for Skylight. I'm talking to you about applying AI analytics for advanced maritime domain awareness. What I'm not going to talk to you about is, or give you as an intro to artificial intelligence and how it's done. I'm going to explore some of the potential uses of AI to address illegal fishing. There's a few of them identified here: behavior identification, vessel presence, and so on. At the end, I'll provide a few takeaways, hopefully some additional discussion topics. So first thing is that when we say AI, we mean actually a number of things. We also including here rules-based analysis, which is not strictly speaking an AI tool, but nonetheless very useful for addressing illegal fishing and for identifying anomalous behavior. But some of the techniques you can use are applying machine learning for identifying positions and tracks and patterns in those, computer vision, as well as natural language processing, looking through that. I'll give examples of each of those, and then some cross-data synthesis across different types of data. As I said, I'm not going to get into the formulas and how it's done. That's really a topic for someone else to cover. What I really want to cover, and you'll hear terms like fully connected neural networks, long short-term memory, decision trees, random forest. You may hear these terms. Those are terms, of course, that the machine learning engineers, the AI engineers need to know very well and dig down into. But what I want to talk to you about today is what AI can do for you. At the end of the day, it's really a group of processes to apply algorithms to find patterns, do pattern matching in different types of data. And why it's interesting is, given the large volume of data that we have available to us, our problem has really become being able to get through all of that data and make meaning of it and pull out the patterns and things that are really interesting. So scale is the one word to really apply to AI. It's certainly not a replacement for analyst experts. In fact, you need the analyst experts to inform the algorithms, and then you need them to vet the output of those algorithms and help continue to improve those. Some useful terms to know. I think the first thing is artificial intelligence is really an umbrella term for a lot of different techniques. Computer vision, for instance, is a type of AI applied to imagery, different kinds of imagery, and we'll see some examples of that, to time series analysis. AIS is the one that everyone, and of course VMS, that everyone in this space thinks of in terms of time series data, tracks, vessel tracks. Natural language processing, so looking at text, and I'll give a brief example of that and how that might be applied as well. And then fundamentally labeled data. So this is where those subject matter experts need to provide examples across any of these data sets of what is actually interesting, why it's interesting, and that is what's used to train the algorithms for what to look for. And so there's some really important requirements there. And AI algorithms need a lot of that to actually start getting things right. So when you're starting to think about how could AI help me, you want to ask, what data do I have, and what is it that I want to know? What data do I have? What questions do I have? A couple of examples here of how to think about that. What's really important to understand is that the analysts can answer these questions, subject matter experts that are knowledgeable in these spaces, but the volume of data is just overwhelming, and it's impossible for them to look at everything everywhere all the time. It's something you can let the computer crunch on if you've got the algorithms in place, doing that AI-based analysis to surface the things, and then let the analysts focus on those things, some of which the algorithms will have gotten wrong and some of which they will get right, and you create this feedback loop. So really important to understand the process of how you use AI. An example of something that's not artificial intelligence, but is nonetheless highly useful, is a rules-based analysis here, geofencing. Everyone, I think, knows what geofencing is. There's nothing AI about it. You've got a simple rule. If the rule is triggered, then you get an alert on that. Here we've got an example of a no entry zone, and we want to see vessels, obviously in this case transmitting AIS, and if they enter into that zone, then you can trigger on that. No AI there, but nonetheless very interesting. Another example that a number of people are working on are trying to make meaning out of AIS gaps. What can we tell there? It's also an example of more of a rules-based application where you're trying to detect and create a set of rules that get executed and raise an alert whenever there's something that's gone that triggers them. So going back to machine learning, you really want to ask yourself questions that you need to get answered. The better you can structure those questions, the more effective the algorithms and the more accurate the algorithms will be. So this is where it's really a partnership between the subject matter experts that understand the problems they're trying to address and the machine learning engineers that are trying to build the algorithms to address those problems. It's really got to be a partnership and an iterative thing. And the more well-formulated the questions are, and then obviously if you've got the data to apply to answering those questions, the better the algorithms will be. So here's an example, behavior identification. So here's a long liner and you've got a track pattern. Any subject matter expert could look at this and tell you pretty well what this is. What you want to do is to use this and mark it up to train the algorithm to say, hey, when you see this pattern, and you want lots of different examples of what this might look like, and so that you can train the algorithms to detect these things and surface them up for you. Also to detect what isn't the long lining. So you've got the transit points, which are the ones in red here. Nice example of how you're marking it up. And ultimately, you're turning a lot of data into knowledge by applying models to it based on these patterns. And here's an example of applying machine learning analysis to AIS. And here where the algorithm is smoothing out and getting rid of a lot of the points that don't add any additional meaning, like on the segment here, where you've got a straight segment. That helps the algorithms be able to pull in that volume and identify the interesting points where there was some, say, an intentional decision to slow down or so on, and really identify those really interesting points. Fishing, great example here. You've got 4 different kinds of fishing. A subject matter expert will be able to look at a pattern and be able to tell pretty quickly what those are. What you want to do is teach the algorithms to do that. And you can do that using AIS and VMS, this track data. These are relatively straightforward. Of course, they are reliant on AIS or VMS. So if somebody turns their AIS off, or if you don't have access to the VMS data, you're not going to be able to run your algorithms in a meaningful way to address it. But if you can, then these are things you can absolutely detect. Another example here of loitering or rendezvousing, where you've got a vessel that appears to be loitering somewhere. It may be rendezvousing, and based on identifying what a real rendezvous looks like, you can train algorithms. And here I'm showing this in Skylight. We do this where we're looking for what we call one-sided rendezvous, where we've got a vessel with its AIS on, but it's behaving in a way that appears to be meeting with another vessel. That may be okay, it may not be okay, but it's something that then surfaced up to the analysts or the operations folks to go and look into. Here's several examples of computer vision and different computer vision algorithms you can apply. Radio frequency RF is not on here, but of course that's another one. We've got electro-optical from a satellite. We've got synthetic aperture radar imagery. And then over on the right, we've got surface images of vessels. And you can do different things with those images, apply different algorithms to them to do different kinds of detection. Things like heading, speed, and then of course over on the right, you can tell exactly what kind of vessel it is. Here, as I just mentioned, you can use synthetic aperture radar. Even in this sort of fuzzy image, you can teach the algorithms things like heading, length, and even speed, and other techniques. Vessel classification, as I mentioned, you can, with these images, you can do things like validate self-reported vessel types and see if the vessel really is what it says it is, and be able to do that in a sort of automated way. You also want to be able to identify things like AIS transponders that are attached to fishing gear. You don't want to call those out as rendezvous and have a lot of false positives there. So you have to look for things like that as well. They can also be used, for instance, to determine the amount of fishing effort. And then a quick example of cross-data synthesis. Here we've applied AIS and matched it with synthetic aperture radar. All the red ones are vessels that were transmitting AIS and were detected in the SAR imagery. The gray ones are ones that were dark. In other words, they were seen in the SAR imagery, but they weren't transmitting AIS. And then just quickly, you can start combining things. Tip and Q, many of you have probably heard of that, but it's quite difficult. We managed here with a very manual process with AIS to get a great picture of a pursaner. But of course, most of the time, if somebody's doing something they're not supposed to be doing, they will have their AIS turned off. So looking for things like SAR to detect an image, a vessel presence, and then getting an EO image to get a really great picture of that vessel. So those are things hopefully that will be coming. A couple of case studies that I won't go into, but for Skylight, we have been able to apply some of these techniques and be effective. We worked with the U.S. Navy Africa Corps, assisting the Cabo Verdean Coast Guard in some illegal fishing and narcotics operations they had recently. And so really great to see that work. We also did some loitering detection in the West Indian Ocean, and were able to help some of the port authorities do focused inspections. There's a few other examples of things you can do with machine learning and rules-based analysis. Look for labor violations, vessels that haven't come into port in a long time, vessels that are heading to port that are of interest for whatever reason, detecting speed regulations. So for instance, right whale, seasonal management areas where speed is regulated, things like fuel spill detection is a computer vision-based algorithm that could be built. And then fleet identification is another one where you're associating vessels together using some of those techniques. And then just very briefly, not something we've done in Skylight, but you can apply natural language processing to scan logbooks and manifest and detect any anomalous things in those, things that just don't make sense, that might be hard for an inspector to detect in the pages and pages they have to look through. Some quick takeaways. Strength, AI strength is scale, going through large amounts of imagery. It's an augmentation to analyst expertise. It really helps get to that scale. You need good questions, and you need good data that that is well understood and well represented. And the better you can define your problem, the better the algorithm is going to be. Thank you so much.
Ted, I understand we have you live.
Yes, I am here.
Well,
Thank you.
You wanted to comment a bit on your presentation.
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to just very briefly reflect that was obviously a video recorded, but I wanted to reflect on some of the conversations from yesterday and then this morning. I think one of the things I don't mention in there, but came out and the fellow from Windward just mentioned it as well, understanding where your place is. I think he said that very well. You know, we provide the technology and the data. We're really looking for others to do other things. I think that's a really important point. And I think, you know, we're hearing from the folks who have RF capabilities, folks who are doing that cool acoustics works. We heard that this morning. I think the synthesis across all of those things is really critical. And there are different models even there. There's what we call a watch floor model, where you have expert analysts analyzing across the data and providing people specific reports. I think with Skylight, we see giving at least some capability to some of the folks in country to do some basic MDA, and then calling on folks like a Windward or an Ocean Mind or others to do deeper analysis is really important. So I wanted to add that comment because I think there's a whole ecosystem of technologies, tools, data analysis, and it's really important to think about how we collaborate together towards really the same mission, which is addressing this problem.
You know, that's one of the thoughts that I had, was that the victims of IUU fishing are not necessarily the large, rich countries like the U.S. or Japan or Australia. It's the smaller, disadvantaged nations.
Yeah.
And now it seems to me that these kinds of technologies are available. They don't have to launch a satellite constellation. They don't have to own a submarine. They don't have to have a SAR radar on their vessels, but they can subscribe to a service that makes things affordable.
Absolutely true. And I think this is also, even though subscriptions can be expensive, and look, the business models have to work for folks. It's expensive to put satellites up. It's expensive to put acoustic hardware in the water, but you can start to distribute that cost. And then you can have players like ourselves at AI2, where we've got the AI expertise. We can donate that essentially, that expertise to the community. You've got some private funders in there helping to fund some of this. And then I also should add, I'm really excited about the public-private partnership, really spearheaded by many of the U.S. government agencies, and the SAFE Act and the activity going around that, and the outreach between the public and private partnership, which I think is essential.
Great. And, you know, one other quick thought is that we have the collaborative organizations now that can pool their resources to be able to purchase some of these subscriptions. You know, even some of the political alignments can get together. So thank you very much, Ted. I greatly appreciate it.
Yeah.
Well, right now, I think we're going to watch a short video, and then I'll be back after that. Thank you.
This is an abandoned North Korean fishing boat that washed ashore in Japan. In recent years, boats like this, often with dead bodies inside, have been appearing with increasing frequency on Japanese shores. They've come to be called ghost boats. To get behind the mystery of these boats, I traveled to the Sea of Japan, which is also known as the East Sea, surrounded by Russia, Japan, and North and South Korea. These are some of the most disputed and poorly monitored waters in the world. My goal was to get a first-hand look at what might be causing hundreds of men to die at sea on these washed-up ghost boats. What I found was the largest fleet of illegal fishing boats ever documented, more than 700 of them, all of them Chinese, and all of them in violation of UN sanctions on foreign fishing in North Korean waters. But let me first take a step back and explain the ghost boats and the mystery of these dead bodies. For starters, it's important to know that this tragic and gruesome problem is growing. In 2017, the Japanese Coast Guard documented 104 of these dilapidated North Korean fishing boats washing ashore, with several dozen dead bodies. By 2018, the number of these boats nearly doubled. The little I could tell from government reports is that these North Korean men seem to have been battered by typhoons or stranded by engine failure, and eventually they were dying from starvation, hypothermia, or dehydration. To the extent that we know anything about these mysterious deaths and their ghost boats, it's much thanks to a nonprofit research group called Global Fishing Watch, which specializes in satellite technology and artificial intelligence. In 2018, Global Fishing Watch teamed up with a group of academics from South Korea and Japan to use satellite data in creative new ways, and they figured out that this huge armada of Chinese boats was fishing in North Korean waters. This discovery partly explains why the squid stock in these waters has dropped more than 70% in recent years. This rusty flotilla of industrial squidders, which makes up roughly a third of China's distant water fleet, is also likely displacing the smaller wooden North Korean boats. The presence of these industrial Chinese boats is really a big deal because in 2017, the UN Security Council unanimously signed sanctions forbidding foreign fishing in North Korean waters. This means China, which signed these sanctions, is flagrantly violating them. Meanwhile, the amount of squid that these industrial illegal boats are pulling out of the water is colossal, about 220,000 tons a year. That's more squid than Japan and South Korea fish in any given year. Documenting the presence of these illegal boats was not easy. They're relatively invisible to on-land authorities because they turn off their transponders. However, Global Fishing Watch used satellites in new ways.
As recently as about 5 years ago, we really had essentially no idea who was fishing where in the world's oceans. Many of the world's fishing vessels are required to transmit their positions. But actually, that's a choice that a captain makes. So while he's required to keep it on, he can flip that thing off. And so we think of these vessels as the dark fleet. Now we have these new technologies pioneered by people like Global Fishing Watch that allow us to track a huge portion of the global fishing fleet in near real time.
This is Jae-yoon Park, a data scientist with Global Fishing Watch.
When you see the Chinese boats with this technology, night light detection, you see these are really, really bright compared to any other boats in the same region. These are the most brightest.
While most fishing boats become invisible when they turn off their transponders, many squid boats use really bright lights to fish at night. Global Fishing Watch used specialized satellites that spot lights from space, and that's how they were able to track this fleet. The theory that Park and his team of researchers developed is that this industrial illegal flotilla from China was displacing hundreds of smaller, local, wooden North Korean boats, pushing them further out to sea where the fishermen on board were getting stuck and sometimes dying. But as convincing as Global Fishing Watch's data was, I wanted to see the Chinese fleet with my own eyes. I wanted to see them illegally entering North Korean waters. So I asked Park to join me on a trip offshore in these waters where we'd buy our way onto a South Korean squid boat and head out into these conflicted waters near the North Korean sea border to witness the Chinese armada firsthand. My hope was to spot at least one boat with its transponder turned off and heading into illegal waters. Instead, we found a fleet of 15 of them.
They are get taller. Given the shape of the boat, I think it's a trawler.
After we spotted the boats, we took down their names and key information. But when we tried to fly a drone to get a closer look, one of the Chinese boats abruptly changed course and began driving directly at us. Understandably, the captain of our ship feared that we might get rammed by the Chinese squidders, so he peeled off and we began our long trip back to port. The aggressiveness of the Chinese boats was illustrative in its own right, since these bigger industrial boats are infamous for bullying local fishermen in smaller wooden boats if they see them as competitors or a threat. In South Korea, local authorities say the influx of Chinese boats is a serious problem, not just for the potential of violence, but also because they're a major driver in the sharp decline in the squid stock in these waters.
You can step up there and I'll hand stuff up too.
To better understand this perspective, I went to an island called Yuling, which is a tiny spit of land, part of South Korea, located in the middle of the East Sea, not far from the North Korean sea border. The fishermen on this island depend entirely on the squid stock. I talked to the mayor of the island, and he said that when storms arrive, Chinese boats, sometimes armadas of them of more than 200 vessels at a time, show up looking for safe harbor. The port on Yuling is built for maybe a dozen, 24 boats. So when these 200 industrial vessels show up, they ransack the piers, they dump oil and trash, they allow their anchors to drag up shallow pipes. The mayor said that no Western reporters have ever visited his island, and he emphasized that the world needs to know what's happening here. As I left Yuling Island and then South Korea, I was struck that while there is true optimism in what Global Fishing Watch accomplished in revealing this illegal fleet, there's also a reminder in this story of the extent of lawlessness at sea. Yes, in the era of drones, big data, and satellites, there are clever new ways to police the oceans. But there's also flagrant violations of the rules, in this case, on a scale never before seen. And the dead bodies and disappearing squid stocks we see on the East Sea are just further proof that laws are only as good as their enforcement.
Our keynote speaker today is Rear Admiral Blake Converse, who is currently serving as the Deputy Commander of U.S. Pacific Fleet. The Admiral is a native of Pennsylvania, graduated from Penn State University in 1987 with a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering. He also holds a Master of Science degree in Space Systems Engineering and one in Applied Physics from the Navy Postgraduate School. He has served as a nuclear submarine warfare officer aboard many submarines, culminating in command of the USS Louisiana. Ashore, he served as radiological control officer on the staff, Commander U.S. Pacific Fleet Submarine Force, Special Assistant to Commander U.S. Forces Command, Deputy Commander of Submarine Squadron 17, Prospective Commanding Officer Course Instructor at Naval Reactor Headquarters, and Chief of Staff to Commander U.S. Submarine Force. As a flag officer, he served as Director, Joint Fleet Operations, the U.S. Fleet Forces Command, and Commander Submarine Group 9 in Silverdale, Washington, and Commander Submarine Force, U.S. Pacific Fleet. Admiral, we're honored to have you join us today, and the floor is yours.
Okay, hey, good morning and aloha. I want to thank you for the kind introduction, Larry, and I want to thank the Navy League also and the other partners and sponsors for coordinating this event and assembling an all-star cast from multiple nations to discuss illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing and the grave threat it poses to our environment. This issue, IUU fishing, is a critical nexus in my mind between the economic, diplomatic, and security concerns of all of our maritime nations, especially those that depend on fishing as their livelihood and industry, and perhaps lack the security infrastructure to protect their waters. Illegal fishing activity on the high seas disrupts our international rules-based order. It tips the table in favor of those nations that have substantial resources and fishing fleets, yet fail to police their activities outside of their own internal waters. And while the Navy may not be the first agency that you think of when it comes to IUU fishing, I can assure you that we are very invested in this mission. The Navy has been directly involved in the IUU fishing mission since 2013 when we first started operations with our Coast Guard on the issue. But our role was probably more solidified in 2019 when the United States recognized that the scope of IUU fishing requires a whole of government effort. Part of the Maritime Safe Act established an interagency working group to combat IUU fishing, comprised of 15 U.S. agencies, including the Navy, led by the U.S. Coast Guard. We recognize that this problem can't be solved by any one agency within our government, nor can it be solved by any one country in the world. It's a global problem. It requires a multinational solution. And we as a Navy are one small piece of that effort. We're one small piece of the US effort, which is one piece of the global mission. And our effort is to equip our allies and partners to respond to the threats better in IUU fishing. We also recognize that not all maritime nations have the capability to monitor and respond to threats in their sovereign waters. Other nations don't always demonstrate, unfortunately, the necessary commitment to police their own fleets to prevent illegal fishing activity. And in the worst case, some nations appear to encourage predatory behavior, which is completely contrary to our international rules-based order. And even after being arbitrated by international tribunals, we still see that type of behavior, unfortunately. The various efforts that the Navy conducts is aimed at reducing all of these threats. So how do we do that? In our most visible contribution, we leverage our already strong relationship with the U.S. Coast Guard across many mission sets and provide ships as a force multiplier to the Coast Guard law enforcement teams under what's known as OMSI, or the Oceania Maritime Security Initiative. This joint mission improves maritime security and maritime domain awareness across Oceania by enabling our Coast Guard law enforcement personnel to conduct operations in coordination with the Navy using Navy assets in order to verify fishing vessel compliance with the Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Commission's requirements. Vessel sightings are also shared with Pacific Island nations so they themselves can enforce their resource security and sovereignty in their waters. And we look forward to conducting this mission with our foreign partner shipwriters as well as our Coast Guard leadettes once COVID conditions allow us to host those rides. This year alone, Navy contributed 3 of our deployed littoral combat ships for a total of 90 days assigned to the OMSI mission. And despite the large size of the operating area and the challenges of COVID, the combined OMSI patrols completed 73 sighting reports, conducted 7 boardings of foreign vessels, and found 9 potential violations. Those sightings and boardings are one small piece, but are a critical piece of the transparency for us in the international community towards this issue. In addition to OMSI, I want to expand this and talk about some of the other efforts we do across the Pacific in the Navy. We occasionally dedicate P-8 maritime patrol aircraft to support Pacific Islands Forum Fisheries Agency activities. That information can then be used to identify targets of interest and improve the maritime domain awareness within that region. Maritime domain awareness as a whole is a key aspect for combating IUU fishing and other illicit activity. We need to be able to detect where distant water fleets are fishing, where transshipment activity is occurring, and where state-sponsored boats or fishing fleets are intimidating other fishing boats from other countries. The Maritime Security Initiative is a program that began in 2015 to expand various partner nation capabilities in maritime domain awareness. U.S. Pacific Fleet plays a key role in that program, which has helped provide equipment, training, and other capacity building resources to increase maritime domain awareness in the region. One great example of that has benefited many partners is access to the web-based maritime domain awareness tool called CVision. This provides mostly satellite-based data for maritime targets to their users and allows user-defined queries and analytics. It also allows users to connect and share information within the program, which we think is a force multiplier. Also, since 2002, the annual Southeast Asia Cooperation Training Exercise has provided a wonderful opportunity and a practical exercise to locate vessels and practice enforcement operations for many of our partners interested in improving capability in maritime domain awareness and enforcement operations and improving interoperability. Since 2013, these exercises have expanded on information sharing scenarios and cooperation with maritime operations centers to allow introduction of new technology. We just completed 2021 in Singapore, and it was a very positive event involving 10 warships, MPRA, and 21 nations. In its 27th year, the Cooperation Afloat Readiness and Training Exercise Series are the premier naval engagements in South and Southeast Asia. It provides a regional venue to address maritime security priorities, sometimes bilateral, sometimes multilateral. The most recent one was a multilateral event. Enhance maritime security cooperation across participating forces and develops key relationships that will serve the U.S. and our partner nations for many years to come. These exercises focus on a range of issues, including IUU fishing and maritime security operations, maritime patrol and reconnaissance aviation opportunities, maritime domain awareness, military law, public affairs, a range of different activities, and humanitarian assistance and disaster response. Another way that we support partner nations in the IUU fishing mission specifically is helping sustain their assets. The Coast Guard has given many ships to partner nations under the Excess Defense Articles program. Those vessels are now used by the partner nations to conduct law enforcement, including IUU fishing missions. Once the assets have been transferred, the Navy helps those partner nations maintain those assets through logistics support. We're also in our 16th iteration of the Pacific Partnership Series, which brings host nations and partners together to prepare during calm periods to effectively respond to crisis, primarily humanitarian assistance and disaster relief. Interoperability and multinational cooperation are promoted with our Indo-Pacific partnerships through these exercises by highlighting the humanitarian assistance and disaster relief through subject matter expert exchanges, building capacity, preparedness, and mutually beneficial presence in the areas of operations. The focus is to help more countries become resilient, and that's in line with the economic stability we assist for IUU fishing as well. One of the unique ways that we get to assist our foreign partners when we're requested by the Coast Guard is to help locate fishermen who periodically get into trouble in the large maritime expanses of the Pacific. Recently, a US Navy P-8 flew 1,100 nautical miles from Hawaii in early August to locate and drop life-saving equipment to 3 fishermen who had been adrift for more than 5 days in a small boat off Kiribati. The P-8 located the vessel within 3 hours of searching, and the vessel had drifted about 300 miles from their previous location over a 5-day period. A Coast Guard C-130 was then called in to the location, dropped additional life-saving equipment and support, and a commercial vessel was then able to pick up the fishermen and safely return them to home and to their families. One last example of Navy support for commercial vessels is our Navy Cooperation and Guidance for Shipping program, which a lot of folks, even in the Navy, don't understand or haven't even heard of. This program, which we call NCAGS, is designed to avoid the conflict of military operations with peacetime maritime traffic, and also to seek to increase the local security of maritime traffic. NCAGS provides an interface between the commanders of military operations and the civilian maritime community internationally, especially commercial vessels and those entities that operate or are transiting in the vicinity of those operations. Purpose is to ensure efficient management and safe passage for merchant ships, which we're all very interested in. Naval and merchant maritime experts partnered together to deliver enhanced maritime domain awareness for the first time in RIMPAC Exercise 2018. And this may sound like a new mission, this NCAG mission, but the protection of shipping has been a core component of the Navy for as long as the Navy has existed. In fact, the foundations of this naval cooperation and guidance for shipping can be traced back to World War I and II in what was then called the Allied Naval Control for Shipping. So kind of wrapping up, the United States is a maritime nation, as are most of the nations that are participating in this conference. Our security and prosperity depends on the seas, and in some nation, and many of the nations supporting us, yours does as well. The Naval Service, forward deployed and capable of rapid response and sustained operation globally, remains America's most persistent and versatile instrument of military influence. Our integrated all-domain naval power of our tri-service maritime components, the Coast Guard, the Marines, and the Navy plays an important role in combating IUU fishing and advancing the prosperity, the security, and the promise of a free and open rules-based order in the Indo-Pacific. We strengthen our alliances and partnerships through the development of interoperable capabilities, through combined operations, through theater security cooperation and capability efforts such as IUU fishing. And together we defend sovereignty from authoritarian influence and from coercion, and we contribute to the economic security by combating IUU fishing and any other illicit activity. I want to thank you for the opportunity. Excuse me for a minute while I shut down the blowers outside. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I'm now happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Admiral. And you're not alone in noise pollution. We started off the conference yesterday with somebody washing the windows right behind me. But
that's perfect. Yeah, we bring these to the home because I think it's a better atmosphere, and it also allows me to access other programs we don't only have on our computers.
Well, I want to ask a couple questions, and one of them is pretty straightforward. I've got some questions here that I have to ask him. Are you using Triton as one of the sensors in the IUU fishing arena?
We are not right now, not typically, to my knowledge. But I may be. I will have to get back to you.
Are the contributions to Seaview or Seavision rather all source pretty much, or are those more specific? I guess the question I'm getting to is when you provide data to C-Vision, is it sort of sanitized first before it goes there, or do they get raw data?
So if you submit data, so C-Vision is primarily a satellite-based tool. If you submit data to C-Vision, is it scrubbed so that you can't see the source? I don't know the answer to that. I'd have to refer to the folks that wrote the algorithms on that.
We heard from several commercial concerns this morning that nowadays you're seeing SIGINT, SAR, synthetic aperture radar, acoustic analysis, all these tools being available as commercial services, the collection capability. How has that changed some of the capabilities on the national level or the service level?
So, clearly the proliferation of space-based sensing has changed the way maritime domain awareness is done. And it's changed the availability of the maritime domain awareness tools, and it's spread it beyond a very few nations that would have access to this exquisite satellite data to many. And I think that's going to continue to proliferate as the presence of more space-based tools become available. I think that's a positive thing for our international rules-based order, because it opens the window for all nations to see who's operating where, the nature of those operations, and it allows them the tools that otherwise cost millions or billions of dollars to establish a Navy that can patrol all of their exclusive economic zone, to access via a web-based program that provides them maritime domain awareness, even for those folks that may not be fully upright and be broadcasting on their BMS or AIS systems as they should be to identify their position, to enable us to detect illicit fishing activity or other activity that might not be acceptable in one's exclusive economic zone. I think for all of us, that's a positive thing. It identifies violators and it ensures access across, not just rich nations, but all nations to those data. Now, that's one piece of it, the detection piece. The other part is how do we enforce and regulate? And that's where these, IUU fishing and other significant efforts that establish cooperative partnerships require nations, each of us, to go out and police ourselves, whether our fishing vessels are operating in our own exclusive economic zones or operating internationally. We expect and really require a nation, if we identify violations, for them to take action on it. And for a large part, that's the case. It's not always the case, unfortunately. And if that's not the case, especially for nations that choose not to take those actions, it really, really erodes the trust and the relationships and the partnership. And in general, it erodes our international rules-based order, which enables free and open Indo-Pacific trade.
What nations in your AOR are most susceptible to the adverse effects of IUU fishing?
I think, obviously fishing is very migratory and it's dispersed. I think just about any nation that has significant maritime borders is going to be susceptible. The ones that are more susceptible to illicit fishing are going to be those that don't have the tools to police, identify, and regulate violations in their exclusive economic zones, because they will not be able to enforce those standards. And unfortunately, many of those nations that can't afford or don't have the structure to build the Coast Guard or the Maritime Patrol craft and other and aircraft to be able to police and regulate those things are also those nations that depend vitally on fishing to survive, just for sustenance for their own people or for their economy. So I think those are the most susceptible in terms of the economic impact and simply the sustenance impact. And they depend on us, the US and other partners that are able to provide partnerships in terms of regulatory capability and domain awareness to assist them. And I think that's one of the responsibilities that we have, and we try and meet in conjunction with and in support of the Coast Guard.
The Chinese recently announced that they would enforce a maritime ID regime in the South China Sea. So how should we react to that?
Yeah,
because it occurs to me that fishing fleets might be the most vulnerable to that kind of coercion.
Yes, I agree. And, the United States remains firm that any coastal nation and any coastal state law or regulation should not and cannot infringe upon overflight rights or transit passage enjoyed by all nations under an international law. Unlawful and sweeping maritime claims, including in the South China Sea, as you noted, poses a serious threat to the freedom of navigation, including freedom of the seas and overflight, free trade, and unimpeded lawful commerce. And the rights and interests of South China Sea and other littoral nations are impacted significantly by these probably inappropriate claims.
Okay. Well, Admiral, I think that's all we have today. We want to thank you for being here and taking the time to spend it with us. And we hope to see you next year at IMSE.
Yeah, I hope to join, and I hope that we're able to do next year's IMSE in person.
Yeah, especially watching some of these companies with technical capability, and no single one answer is the answer, but when they collaborate, there's a lot of power there, and it would have been nice to get them all in the same room and have you in that room as well.
Yeah, you bet. I got to tell you that I think we are seeing a turn in COVID and the Delta variant, and I think it's positive. And I will just add this. I think that I am incredibly impressed with the performance of the vaccines that we've had at preventing serious illness, and it has saved tremendous number of lives, certainly within the Navy and within the military. And I think that we're seeing that in the United States. While the COVID cases, with the Delta variant has gone up, the serious illnesses has not been as impactful when it was vaccinated. And that's a really, really positive occurrence in my mind. And it's a tribute to the science and technology that was brought to bear.
Absolutely. Well, thank you again, Admiral.
Thank you so much, Larry. Appreciate it.
We're going to turn now to a short break, actually a little longer break, and we will be back at 11:15, I believe. Welcome back, everyone, to IMSE. We've had a long break, and we're going to pick up now on a session that we missed a little bit earlier. And this is back to the session that we had about integrating and analyzing disparate data. And we're pleased now that we have Dr. Wilcox with us, who's a research scientist with the Australian National Research Institution, Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization. Dr. Wilcox has worked with NGOs, government, and private enterprise over a 30-year career as a quantitative biologist to develop cost-effective solutions to natural resource management. Currently, Dr. Wilcox leads a team of 25 people working on illegal fishing and maritime surveillance. The team has three main foci: development of improved analytical tools for existing fisheries monitoring data, creating new low-cost technologies for fisheries surveillance, and delivering capacity building programs domestically and internationally to improve analytical skills and technology among fisheries officers. Welcome, Dr. Wilcox.
Thanks, Larry. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with everyone today. With your permission, I'll get started. I have a PowerPoint to share.
Great, thank you.
And if you'll just let me know if you can see it, that would be helpful for me.
You're looking perfect.
Okay, excellent.
Well, your slides are good anyway, Chris.
Yes. Well, aside from being upside down. So thanks for the introduction and thanks for the opportunity to speak to everyone today. I'm actually going to talk about a work that's a project that's in process with the Great Barrier Reef. And it actually focuses on integrating a set of reasonably disparate technologies to answer some surveillance questions for them. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk to everyone and just swing into it. So just as by way of introduction, we work in essentially detection around illegal fishing. And I think from our perspective, fisheries agencies face two key challenges. One is data volume. So if you look at that slide in the upper right, that's a picture of the AIS generated in our region. If you look globally, you're talking about a terabyte or so a day, which requires a lot of data handling infrastructure to work with. And the second key issue is information cost. So think about a SAR scene from a radar satellite like the one at the right. That can cost on the order of $3,000 for a little postage stamp that's 12 kilometers by 20 kilometers. And these two challenges propagate down to the local level. So thinking about, say, VMS, your typical fisheries agency is processing VMS with some mix of automated alerts and human examination, but they often struggle to examine the data very deeply. And compounding that is a lot of data is inaccessible to them or very difficult to access because of national security limitations. So as Larry mentioned, our program has really two key goals. One is developing analytical tools to help extract information from existing data like AIS. And the second one is looking for low-cost surveillance data alternatives and then trying to develop those to a usable point for fisheries agencies. In two things that we try to keep in mind is most of the events we're interested in are not directly observable. So a vessel going into a geofenced area in VMS is actually a simple problem. Doesn't really require much advanced analysis. And we like to approach things essentially from a risk-based lens. So assuming you're not going to see things and you're going to actually be calculating probabilities. Okay, so the case study I wanted to talk about is a project we're doing on the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. So for a little context, the park is 350,000 square kilometers. That's a picture of the park on the right there. It runs about half of the east coast of the Australian continent. It's about 2,000 kilometers long. The estimate is that there's about 250,000 vessels that operate on the reef in the marine park, with the vast majority of those being recreational vessels. VMS is on the commercial vessels only, so most of those recreational vessels, there's effectively no information on what they're doing or where. The green polygons in the map at the right show you all the reserves where fishing is prohibited. And poaching in these reserves is a key threat. And just by way of the infrastructure, the Marine Park Authority has about 30 vessels that they can use for patrols, and they have regular aerial patrols by helicopter and fixed-wing aircraft. So they came to us with essentially 3 central questions. First, can we map users? So can we build basically a spatial map of where vessels are operating and when, to try to understand the dynamics? Second is, can we help them understand the effect of their suppression? So they've got 30 patrol vessels out and they're handing out citations and things, but what effect does that actually have? So is that depressing poaching? And third is to help them detect non-compliance. So as people working in the field will appreciate, non-compliance is actually hard to find, and they are interested in essentially 2 types. One is sort of incidental non-compliance. So this is a grandmother takes her grandson fishing and they happen to drift into a marine reserve. And the other is the more hardened kind, like that guy you see in the picture there in his tinny. He's got his head down because a helicopter is taking a picture of him. He's just been poaching in a reserve. Overall, the challenge is to develop a persistent surveillance system that they can operate at a sustainable cost. So I want to introduce 4 technologies we're working on, and our sort of plan is to integrate these, as I'll explain. So we do a fair bit of work with vessel detection from radar satellites, like the picture you see at the right, which is a map of vessels in Indonesia from Sentinel, which is the European radar satellite. We've been working with hydrophones, which are underwater microphones. You see a picture of one in the center of the bottom there. We're using them for detecting dynamite fishing, but also reserve incursions and things. We have a program collecting surveillance data from ships of opportunity using their navigation radars. So there's a picture of the Marine Parks, one of the Marine Parks patrol vessels in the lower right. I'll talk briefly about that. And then automating long-range surveillance cameras, like the one in the lower left. So I'll sort of step through those and then talk about how they're linked to the surveillance program for the reef. So as you may be aware, there is a European satellite constellation that provides radar satellite data every 6 days covering the whole globe. It's really not designed for observation far offshore, but it does cover the coastal region. It has about 25 meter resolution, and they have some higher rates in priority areas. And there's some flexibility. So we asked them to expand their coverage north of Australia in the Arafura Sea, and they obliged us. So some possibility for shifting. And then CSIRO, our institution, is a partner in a recently launched smaller SAR satellite called NovaSAR. The advantage of that is we have access to tasking. So the first of the tools we're using is automated processing of SAR data. So we basically take these 2 free data sources, we run them through a workflow that masks them, ultimately finds vessels in, and then spits that out in a usable format, like a KML file. So here's just a picture illustrating the processing for Indonesia that we've done. We took the 346 satellite scenes that you see in the lower right and process them through the system to export a feature list of vessels. And that's essentially the picture you get of vessels across that region. So every black dot is a detection of a vessel in Indonesia. So the second technology we're working on that we're integrating in the context of the reef is navigation radars from ships. So ships kicking around the ocean pretty much all have a navigation radar. Those can range from typically 90 to 180 kilometer radius. They're designed to detect other vessels. So there's onboard software that actually processes them. And we set up a system to basically log that data. We can deploy that to the patrol boats in Garumpa, and that's our data logger that you see sitting there on the right. So this gives you high resolution and persistence, but of course it's spatially variable. So it's a good complement to satellite radar. It does require a bit of processing. So if you think about it, 2 successive radar sweeps generate a set of targets, and we need to connect those targets to build trajectories. So we do that with a tracking algorithm. And that ultimately produces things like this. So this is a picture from a vessel we have operating in Indonesia in partnership with the Fisheries Ministry there. It's one of their national survey vessels for fisheries. And so it slowly travels the whole of the EEZ. What you see in the lower right is a map of Indonesia. And this is data from Fisheries Management Area 572, which is one of their 11 areas. In the upper right, you see the time spent by the vessel in each of the areas. And the island is Sumatra, that is to the north and east of the coverage map. And in the left, on the big picture, you can actually see all the radar targets and the trajectories we've constructed as that vessel passes around. So the longer our survey vessel sits in a location, the longer the trajectory we get. But you can see that there's fishing patterns that are discernible in those trajectories. So sometimes the vessel is sitting still, sometimes it's moving. Okay. The next tool that we're integrating together is the hydrophones that I mentioned. We use them in two ways. One is in an archival way. So the hydrophone that we're using is pictured in the upper right there. We deploy them off small vessels, and we have a machine learning environment that we've built that can process the sound and detect a vessel. So that picture in the lower right is a picture of our machine learning environment. And the arrow is pointing to the Doppler shift that you see from a vessel moving through with their outboard, generating sound. And I just have a blow up in the center at the bottom, so you can actually see a bit more what it looks like. From that picture, we can tell a bit about how fast the vessel is moving, a bit about what its activity is. We can tell if it turns on an air compressor and other things. So we actually can extract quite a lot of information from that sound. We also use these hydrophones in combination with a real-time communication system that we developed. So we basically plug the hydrophone into what is essentially a piece of PVC pipe painted black with a bunch of electronics in it. That allows us to collect information off the hydrophone in real time via Iridium. We reprogram the firmware on the hydrophone to do onboard processing. And so we can actually push an alert to a surveillance center or a patrol boat in real time when that hydrophone detects something. And the last technology I want to talk about is then linking these hydrophones to cameras. So we do a reasonable amount of work with both long-range cameras, which you see a picture down in the lower left there, and with low-cost trail cameras, which is the little gray box with a couple of windows in it. We have an AI pipeline for processing that data to detect people, vessels, other relevant objects. So if a partner we're working with wants to identify fishing floats on the back of vessels or people with scuba gear, we can do that. We just have to retrain the algorithm a little bit. The picture in the upper right shows you a marine reserve where we were using this equipment for surveillance actually on the Great Barrier Reef. And that camera on the tripod there in the big black box took the picture in the center at the bottom. That picture is about 5 kilometers away of that vessel. And if you blow it up in the lower right, you can actually see, you can read the vessel registration. You can tell that there's 2 people on board. You can see one of them is not wearing a shirt. So at about 3 kilometers, we can pick a fishing pole in someone's hand. We're working on being able to link these to the hydrophones so that the two can work in an integrated way, with the hydrophone triggering the camera to take imagery. So that's a picture of the technologies. I want to stop now and step back and talk about the problem that the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park posed to us. So they'd like to know about user distribution and activities. And for that, we're using satellite SAR plus the ship radars. And so both of those give us a picture of vessels at sea. The ship radars have more persistence and also more detail, but essentially we can use those two together to build a space and time sort of picture. So a map that changes over time at the scale of the whole reef. Then in terms of their effectiveness, that's actually a campaign we're working on with them, which I'm showing you a picture of a site here. So this is one area of the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park called the Keppels. They have a patrol boat just south of there, and we're using a mix of hydrophones and cameras to basically look at user patterns before a patrol campaign, during a patrol campaign, and after a patrol campaign. And by comparing areas that are receiving suppression effort and areas that aren't, along with crossing that with areas that have restrictions and areas that allow people to fish, we can discern whether there's an effect of that patrol campaign and the accompanying information campaign on compliance patterns. And then finally, in a detection sense, the real-time hydrophones are being deployed in closed areas where no one should go. And so that allows them to detect vessel incursions in real time and choose whether they respond or not. So ultimately, integrating across these things, you can get spatial coverage, persistent observations, and high resolution. Just to touch on a few things in conclusion, we've really focused heavily on cost and sustainability. So I think although the capacity of satellite remote sensing is really amazing, it's probably ultimately limited for many agencies. That's for really two reasons. First is cost. It's expensive to acquire and process the data. And second is complexity. So unless they're buying an off-the-shelf product that's a vessel detections, there's actually a fair bit of processing required to use that data. The second point I'd leave you with is integration's not actually that hard. So the key is that data sources have a shared currency. You need an underlying unit you're trying to measure that can be shared across the different data sources. So in our case, it's essentially vessel position and uncertainty in that position. As long as we have that, we can combine hydrophone data and satellite radar data with no problem. The thing that probably is harder is bringing these multiple sensors to bear in the same time, in the same place, in an integrated way. And so campaign design and logistics are, I would say, actually a substantial challenge, especially working across agencies with somewhat complicated technologies. And lastly, I want to say there's lots of other examples, both in my group and elsewhere, of data integration. So everything from combining surveys with fisheries officers, interviewing media to estimate illegal landings, sticking SAR data together with AIS and VMS for dark vessels, and AIS and VMS with metadata for looking at persons of interest. So actually data integration in the statistical world is a fairly standard thing, and I think it's broadly applied in this context and can generate a lot of value. So with that, I'd like to end. Please feel free to reach out if you have any questions. My email is really available. Thanks, sir.
Sorry, I wanted to ask a question if I could.
Yeah.
Talk to me a little bit about the persistence of some of the systems that you have.
Sure. So the radar loggers that we put on the vessels are powered by the vessel itself, and we communicate with them either over a mobile phone network, so a 4G modem, or over the ship's comms via their satellite comms. So once the radar logger costs us about $500, and once it's on a vessel, it just sits in the background and listens to the ship's instruments. So it's effectively doing the same thing the ship's plotter is. It's just listening to the instruments. So that'll last forever, basically, until the electronics wear out. Our hydrophones, it depends on how big a battery we put in them, but easily 1 to 3 months, and they can be deployed from a small rib. So someone can go out with a small rib, pull it up, put new batteries in, put it back over the side, move it, things like that. So they're designed to be easily shifted around. The SAR data is interesting. So we approach it not so much from a tasking perspective, but from looking at the historical catalog from these SAR satellites, because that's inexpensive to get access to, and it can give you essentially a broad scale data set that you can then use to build dynamics. So, and so in that sense, the SAR satellites, at least those two, really are persistent. You can get the Sentinel data over the internet every 6 days from basically anywhere in the world. the cameras tend to be deployed for, weeks to a few months. That Gigapan, that big one, is also used for wildlife stuff, and it gets deployed down in Antarctica for an entire year at a time. So most of the systems are designed for at least a month or two deployment, with an eye to being able to support operational patrol campaigns.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate your being with us today.
Sure, my pleasure. My pleasure.
Our next speaker, we're going to move on to another session now, and this session is about collaboration and how data is shared. So our first speaker has been with us before and spoke yesterday, but this is Gary Orr, the chair of the International Monitoring, Control, and Surveillance Network. Gary will speak to us today about the IMCS network. Mr. Orr.
Thanks, Larry. I'll just get the presentation up. Is that coming through okay?
It'll take just a second. We've got you and looking for the presentation.
It's traveling a long way from New Zealand.
Yeah. So make sure you've shared your screen and we'll be good.
Mr. Orr, I can help you with your screen sharing. Just let me know when you want to advance the next slide. Give me just a minute here and I'll pull up your slides.
Hopefully that's working now.
You've got it.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry about that. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity to talk to you about the International Monitoring, Control, and Surveillance Network. The mission of the network, as you'll see, is to promote and facilitate cooperation and coordination of the members of the network. And we do this through information exchange, capability development, and joint work in order to achieve the improved effectiveness of monitoring, control, and surveillance activities globally. This year marks the 20th anniversary of the network. It was formed in 2001 by 5 founding members: Australia, Canada, Chile, Peru, and the United States. And it's supported by FAO and the European Commission. Membership of the network is truly global. We currently have 67 member states, 2 regional fisheries management organisations, 1 regional fisheries body, which is the Forum Fisheries Agency, and as I said, the European Union, as well as 8 organisations that have observer status. And you'll hear from one of those organisations shortly, Global Fishing Watch. The best aspect of membership of the network is that it's free. It costs nothing to join. And we encourage those members, those countries that are not members as yet, to go to our website and complete the membership registration process. So we have 3 key strategic objectives: to facilitate increased information exchange and collaborative MCS activities amongst our members, to coordinate and encourage international cooperation on MCS and raise awareness of MCS issues, and to help strengthen the capacity of members to implement and maintain effective MCS regimes. We're involved in a wide range of activities, and rather than being a provider through the identification of member needs, we are a facilitator through the identification of those needs and matching that with appropriate providers. A couple of examples of network initiatives that are underway. directly supporting the Republic of the Marshall Islands in the development of a standardized carrier vessel job aid to support the port inspection program for boardings of carrier vessels conducting transshipments in the port of Majuro. They have almost 500 events per annum in that location. We're also working to develop a joint analytical cell. It's a collaborative initiative with Global Fishing Watch and TRIGMAT Tracking. This is designed to harness the complementary information gathering and analytical capabilities, fisheries intelligence tools and databases, and international partnerships of the three founding organisations. The goal is to integrate and strengthen the joint capabilities of organisations to target IUU fishing operations and associated crimes, to provide technical MCS support to government and non-government partners, to improve international understanding of the drivers behind illegal fishing activities and how these impact compliance behaviours. We're also looking to demonstrate the need for robust and effective fisheries MCS regimes and support action focused on building the MCS capability of developing countries with limited resources. The network holds a global fisheries enforcement training workshop every 3 years. It had been scheduled for this year, but the pandemic meant that we had to postpone that. And instead, we held a very successful virtual global fisheries enforcement training workshop with the face-to-face GFETW now scheduled for August of next year in Canada. And again, I would invite anybody who wishes to participate in that global fisheries enforcement workshop to go to the IMCS network website and click on the link to the GFETW. Has all the information about the event. Registration, pre-registration is currently open. It's held over a 1-week period, and we have a range of speakers, interactive workshops, and panel discussions throughout that week. The virtual meeting was attended by just over 400 people. So we're hoping to get similar sort of numbers in Canada next year. So in closing, can I say, as I said earlier, the network is not a provider, it's a facilitator. We have a range of organisations that will provide equipment on loan, and CSIRO, who you've just heard from, is one of those with the hydrophones. They will lend out hydrophones via the IMCS network to countries that are having issues, particularly with dynamite fishing. There is other equipment available, and we have a register of international experts as well who are available to provide technical and operational advice to countries free of charge as required. So thank you again for the opportunity to just briefly talk about the IMCS network. And again, I welcome any new members, countries or individuals. Thanks, Larry.
Thank you very much, Gary. Our next speaker is Gregory Poling, Senior Fellow for Southeast Asia and Director, Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, or CSIS. Mr. Poling oversees research on U.S. foreign policy in the Asia-Pacific, with a particular focus on the maritime domain and the countries of Southeast Asia. His research interests include the South China Sea disputes, democratization in Southeast Asia, and Asian multilateralism. Mr. Poling's writings have been featured in Foreign Affairs, Wall Street Journal, Nikkei Asian Review, and foreign policy, among others. He is the author or co-author of multiple works, including The Thickening Web of Asia Security Cooperation, Deepening Defense Ties Among U.S. Allies and Partners in the Indo-Pacific by RAND Corporation, 2019. Building a More Robust U.S.-Philippines Alliance, CIS, August of 2015. And A New Era in U.S.-Vietnam Relations, Deepening Ties 2 Decades After Normalization, CSIS, June of 2014. Mr. Poling received an MA in International Affairs from American University and a BA in History and Philosophy from St. Mary's College of Maryland. Welcome, Mr. Poling.
I'm Gregory Poling, a Senior Fellow for Southeast Asia and Director of the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative here at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington, D.C. I'd like to talk to you about the role of the private sector and public-private partnerships in the future of maritime domain awareness. To do that, let me show some slides related to the work that my organization here, the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative, has been doing involving MDA and remote sensing for the last several years. And the key here really is the role of remote sensing. We're rapidly entering an era in which the access to low Earth orbit, driven by reduced cost barriers, and the explosion of new kinds of commercial remote sensing data is going to make it possible for both private and public actors to monitor basically any boat anywhere on Earth, as long as it's made of metal and more than, say, 5 meters. And that will make legacy platforms like manned patrol aircraft, patrol boats, shore-based radar important, indispensable in many operations, but increasingly they will no longer be the way that we monitor vast stretches of ocean, particularly for small island developing states and coastal states. Like discuss is the access to EO, or electro-optical imagery, that has really been at the heart of what we do here at AMTI, and I think is going to be increasingly at the heart of the latter part of identification through remote sensing for most coastal states. For a lot of folks, there's still an assumption that high quality EO imagery is too expensive. It's still the domain of intelligence communities and large multinationals in the West, but that is no longer the case. The price point on this stuff has dropped so much that really anybody can both access the imagery that's already out there, that's being collected by larger suppliers, but also can afford to tip and queue their own imagery through contracts with people like Maxar or Airbus or increasingly Planet, ISI, and others. For example, we have been using EO for years, not only to monitor the development of Chinese basing in the South China Sea, but also to keep an eye on what China's boats are actually doing. The EO isn't the first step in our remote sensing journey. It's not the thing we use on a day-to-day basis to look for boats, but once we identify strange, possibly illicit behavior in other methods, we certainly use the EO for identification. For instance, in late 2019, there was a 4-month-long standoff between the Coast Guard of China and the Coast Guard of Vietnam, along with maritime militia from both sides, and it revolved around a Vietnamese effort to drill for oil and gas. Contracted, the Russian company Rosneft, which held the operatorship in this block within Vietnam's continental shelf, had contracted a Japanese rig to go out, and we were able to monitor in not quite real time, but pretty close, the activity of the China Coast Guard vessels and Vietnamese law enforcement vessels, and match those to AIS in particular that we were monitoring throughout the standoff, and also identify the many, many boats that were present who were not transmitting AIS. Speaking of AIS, like EO, the cost, the barriers to access for commercial AIS have really gone down over the last few years. AIS was, of course, developed for traffic separation and collision avoidance. It was only ever meant originally to be used ship to ship or ship to shore. In 2008, the first ever satellite with an AIS transceiver went up. And since then, the ability to monitor vessels well beyond shore, far beyond what we used to think were the limits of AIS, has really expanded. Today, if a vessel is using a modern transceiver, a Class A AIS transceiver, and has it turned on, it is possible to monitor it more or less persistently anywhere on Earth. And for a lot of actors, including Chinese commercial actors that interest us here at ANTI, they do keep their AIS on all the time. They want to be seen. They want to show the flag and let others know what they're doing in disputed waters. And so in relation to that 4-month-long oil and gas standoff, not only did we use EO imagery to monitor Chinese militia and Coast Guard vessels harassing Vietnamese drilling, we also used purely AIS to keep an eye on Chinese state survey vessels, in this case a Hai Di-8, who were conducting their own surveys up and down the coast of Vietnam and Vietnam's waters as an explicit escalation of the dispute horizontally to put more pressure on Hanoi to back down on other fronts. We've also used the same technologies off the coast of Malaysia more recently in ongoing oil and gas standoffs. This is AIS traffic of a Chinese Coast Guard vessel, the Haijing 5203, which was in the process of first patrolling Malaysian claimed reefs and then harassing Malaysian oil and gas drilling. And we were able to track that for several months. We do this pretty much every day of the year. We were also able to use EO imagery to identify not just the Haijing 5305 and the drilling ship that it was harassing, West Capella, but also the offshore supply vessels and the fishing vessels, which were running dark, which are part of the fishing militia. And so again, using both commercially available AIS and EO imagery really opens up a whole new world of monitoring for us. And as with that case off Vietnam, we were able to use AIS to monitor Chinese survey activity during that standoff, in which, in reaction to the Malaysian drilling, China deployed a state-owned survey vessel, the Hai Di-8, to conduct an illegal survey up and down the coast of Malaysia and Brunei. We were also able to use EO in that case to show that not only was the Hai Di-8 operating, but there were about a dozen Chinese militia boats, these are fishing vessels that are contracted by the state to serve in a paramilitary capacity, who were running dark, not broadcasting AIS, or at least not broadcasting AIS with a transceiver good enough to be picked up by satellite. And they were only visible in EO. These kinds of activities continue day in and day out. And every day we are tracking using both AIS and EO Chinese Coast Guard harassment of Malaysian oil and gas drilling, Vietnamese oil and gas drilling, and other activity in disputed waters of the South China Sea. We're also able to, because we're monitoring this persistently, get a pretty good sense of how often Chinese vessels are visiting each of these locations and how long they stay, and use that to monitor changes in their long-term behavior year on year to see whether or not things are escalating or de-escalating in the South China Sea. And spoiler alert, they are escalating and have been even amid COVID. EO and AIS are kind of the grandfathers of remote sensing in the sense, at least commercial remote sensing. They've been around for over a decade now, pretty widely available on the market. They've already moved well out of the government space. But there are other technologies that are more recent, novel, or coming down the pipeline that are going to build on what's possible under AIS and EO. And I think they're really going to crack open the ability for on a small budget for developing states to really persistently monitor the oceans in a way that wasn't possible before. So I mentioned already the problem of monitoring dark vessels. You can't use AIS, and EO has a pretty small aperture, and it gets expensive if you're trying to monitor every single spot that you think a dark vessel might be in. So you need something else to help the tipping and queuing. Traditionally, that has been if it wasn't AIS, it was a manned platform or shore-based radar. But today, we're getting many more options that are entering the commercial space. We spent 6 months in 2018 working with Vulcan Skylight program to use two of these. VIIRS, which is the low-light imaging satellite that NASA and NOAA put up a few years ago, and which is available to the public for a fee, and SAR, synthetic aperture radar, which, like EO, is rapidly getting cheaper. It's still expensive, but over the next few years, there will be almost half a dozen companies launching large constellations of low Earth orbit satellites that will drive down the price of SAR to about where EO is today, and really open it up to any user anywhere on the planet who knows how to make use of it. So we use this, the yellow dots are VIIRS, the blue dots are SAR, to identify dark vessels in the Spratly Islands, and then tip and queued EO collections off that, finding just how many Boats are operating in the Spratlys Dark. Most of them are those Chinese militia that I mentioned, and we were able to go back and identify how much their activity had increased over the last several years. We were also able to use that to tip and cue EO collection to specific standoffs, including this one at P2 Island, which is a Philippine-held island, in which there were about 95 Chinese dark vessels, militia boats deployed. Only one of the 95 boats in this picture are broadcast in AIS. And again, monitoring that over time, now that we know where to look, we were able to frequently come back and look at the EO imagery day in and day out to identify the numbers of these dark vessels. And they remain there to this day. More recently, we've seen this ability to use commercial remote sensing in direct government law enforcement activities in a very clear way. When China deployed a large contingent of this militia, about 200 boats, to an area called Whitsun Reef earlier this year, we were able to not only go back and see how long they've been there and how many, but more importantly, we were able to piggyback off of the activities of local law enforcement. So the Philippines got angry enough about this deployment that they sent out some Coast Guard vessels who began to photograph the hull numbers of these individual Chinese boats that were running dark, 200 of them again, parked at an area within the Philippine claimed EEZ. The Vietnamese, who also claimed the area, got mad enough that they followed suit. They went out and started photographing these hull numbers. And both of those governments started publishing all of this information in the international press in a way that allowed researchers at my team and at others, like at the U.S. Naval War College, to hop into our open source information, our AIS, our access to EO, and track dozens of these boats back to their home ports in China. The entire operation resulted in a higher degree of awareness on the Philippine side of what was going on, and as a result, we've seen the Philippines exponentially increase its patrol with Coast Guard and Navy over these areas in the first half of this year, in some cases effectively driving off the Chinese maritime militia, as you see here. So we have this kind of overlapping series of layers, this onion of remote sensing that's increasingly moving from the purely public sphere to the private sphere. First it was AIS and EO, then VIIRS, now SAR. Next up is probably going to be commercial radio frequency detection. We already have one American company, one French company, and others on the horizon who are developing relatively cost-effective means of tracking UHF radar, X-band radar, LSAT, all from satellite. So even a boat that runs dark in AIS is going to be broadcasting something. Everybody's got a radio, everybody's got a sat phone, everybody's got a radar. And so increasingly, if a small island developing state or a coastal state wants to have persistent MDA, it's not going to be able to do it cost effectively with legacy manned platforms. It's going to have to look at these remote sensing technologies that are far more widely available and where the real movement when it comes to increased access, new adaptations, and inventiveness is happening in the private sector, not in the public space. And I will wrap up there. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best with the rest of the conference.
Well, thank you very much, Greg. We'll move on to our next speaker here. And we're privileged to have with us now Jessa Dury-Agri, an analyst on the National Resources Cell at C4ADS, where she works primarily on IUU fishing and maritime security issues. Ms. Dury-Agri previously researched arms trafficking and non-state actors in the Middle East and Horn of Africa at C4ADS and the Institute for the Study of War. She is currently earning her master's in security studies with a concentration on environmental security from Georgetown University and holds a BA in international relations with a focus on North African security and Arabic from Claremont McKenna College. Welcome, Jessa. And we look forward to your talk about Triton.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jessa Dury-Agri, as is mentioned. I'm an analyst at C4ADS, also known as the Center for Advanced Defense Studies. Today, I have the privilege of speaking with you all about a fisheries transparency portal that C4ADS has been building over the past few years. And our objective of it is to provide greater access to vessel ownership data, all the way from a registered owner of a vessel to its ultimate beneficial owner on industrial fishing fleet vessels. In this presentation, after some brief introductions, I'm going to provide a background on vessel ownership investigations and how C4ES has scaled its research into the Triton portal and how you can interact with it through a series of demos and the ability to sign up for the platform. So just by way of brief introduction to my organization, C4ES is a nonprofit organization that uses publicly available information to understand and disrupt illicit networks. Our analysts research and analyze issues related to global conflict and transnational security issues, including but not limited to natural resource exploitation, such as IUU fishing. Our IUU initiative focuses on 3 primary objectives. First, to target the entities perpetrating IUU fishing. This largely involves supporting law enforcement and civil society. Second, to expose the fishing supply chain weaknesses that are being exploited by illicit actors. This primarily involves links to other crimes, such as human trafficking and forced labor, weapon and drug smuggling, other such issues. And third, the issue that I'm going to be talking about today is our objective to shape this fishing sector ecosystem to be more transparent. So a big component of how C4ES is working toward increasing transparency in the fishing industry is rooted in investigating and exposing the onshore enablers of vessels engaged in illicit activity at sea. We focus much of our work on vessel ownership because ultimately all vessel activity at sea is only made possible through its funding of its operations, either through direct management and maintenance of the direct owner or through contracting of an owner to other parties. Investigating owners can also reveal links to other crimes, such as document fraud or tax evasion, or political ties that we would otherwise not be able to see through investigating solely the vessel's operations or those on board. Despite the importance and significance of reporting on vessel owners and ultimate beneficial owners, we've seen very little of it in prior reporting on IUU fishing. And C4ES saw this issue and tried to standardize and streamline a process for finding the registered and ultimate beneficial owners of industrial fishing vessels. And this is what you see in the image here is essentially our process broken down. We start with vessels of interest, in this case, 2 at the bottom. We find its registered owner through services like IHS Market, local reporting, interviews, vessel registries, RFMOs, et cetera. And then we use localized corporate registry documents to find the shareholders and administrators of that registered owner. We continue this process, building out the shareholders and administrators until we reach an individual, an ultimate beneficial owner, who is primarily responsible and benefiting from these vessels' activities at sea. Now, C4ES has really scaled this investigation process to a variety of fleets. First, IUU listed, Interpol blacklisted, and RFMO listed IUU fishing vessels. Right now, we've investigated 182 with clear links to IUU fishing and examples of crime convergences within the fleet. We've also built out the global refrigerated cargo or reefer fleet of 600 to 800 vessels. They are often a supply chain choke point and a place in which fairly caught catch is being mixed with illegally caught catch. And we see a lot of links to IUU fishing, human trafficking, forced labor, and other crimes in this fleet. And we've also looked at the industrial longline fleet, which is our largest addition to the platform and involves the industrial longline vessels flagged to 5 key states: China, Spain, Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan, as these countries account for, the vessels flagged to these countries account for 85% of total fishing hours on the high seas, according to recent studies. So for each fleet, we conducted a bit of the process that you saw below in the prior slide. We start with a vessel and we find its owner and administrator. Then we move to doing the same thing throughout the entire process in the network, building down as well to see other vessels that may be owned by the network, which is the image that you see in the center bottom. Then we continue this process over and over for every single vessel in the fleet until we develop an ecosystem. So on the right, you see an ecosystem of global industrial large-scale purseiner fleet. And we can see clear connections between vessels that would otherwise not be made clear because they are linked not at the registered or direct owner level, but above that in the intermediary or ultimate beneficial owner levels. So now I'm going ahead and show a few demonstrations of the Triton portal to concretize it a bit. So this is our landing page. When you go to the website, you can directly search for an IMO number. You want to quickly look something up, or the name, not of just a vessel, but also a company that you might be interested in. You can also go to advanced search, which we'll do next, see your networks that are saved, or ask for support from C4DS staff. If you go to advanced search, you can see some more options for how you want to search for whatever you're interested in. So again, you can search by name or IMO number, but you can also highlight exactly what kind of entity type you're looking for. So in this case, we're going to look up a vessel that is linked to IE fishing, Lu Rong Yuan Yu 617. And we're going, because we don't have any quotations on this, it's going to do a fuzzy search and find every single vessel that matches the naming structure with various numbers following it. But of course, we have the vessel that we're actually interested in at the top. And when we click on it, we can see information about the vessel, not just its IMO, its lifetime passport, but also other key identifiers such as MMSI, call sign, ship flag, ship type, status, and year built. And at the top there, you'll see View Network Graph. And this is what we're going to click on next and see how we can provide users of Triton a visual of how the entire network is connected. So when you click Network Graph, Triton pulls from that repository of ecosystems of owners that we showed you before and pulls it into a visual that the user can actually interact with. It finds the appropriate part. And it can be ordered by centrality, which is what you see here, or by hierarchy, which is what you see on the screen now. And for every entity on this graph, you can click on it and see information. We can see our vessel of interest that we started out with, highlighted in blue, all the pertaining information, as well as its owner and all the relevant information pulled from corporate register documents and primary documents. And every piece of information is tagged to the particular time in which it was collected. So you always know the recency of information. And if you want anything more recent than what was pulled, we're able to do that and update the portal for you. So here we see that Triton is more than just what you saw there of being an interactive vessel ownership database. Yes, it's an interactive repository, but it's also more than that. We provide analytic support to users of Triton, for example, providing risk alerts for instances of IEU fishing, investigative support upon request, as well as training not only in the Triton portal, but also in conducting investigations to vessels involved in IEU fishing. We also see Triton as an opportunity for partner collaboration between C4DS and other organizations. Its entire development has been supervised by an advisory board of partners, and we will provide sensitive higher level information to partners within the platform and are keen to collaborate with partners to provide key investigations that can be disseminated to Triton users upon request or fully available to whichever users as preferred. So who's Triton for? Ultimately, we see Triton as being very relevant to the following parties. First, government and law enforcement, particularly those involved in due diligence and proactively identifying connections between high-risk vessels that may have been implicated in prior crimes. Second, insurance and financial institutions, again, with providing due diligence, denying services to vessels or companies and individuals, such as providing insurance and known to have engaged in IE fishing. Third, industry representatives, particularly IRFMOs, for example, that may be able to see the loopholes in their system that are being exploited or not fully upheld. And fourth, civil society organizations, which have continually expressed an interest in the beneficial ownership research that we've done as an organization, and were a big inspiration behind the creation of the platform. And ultimately, we hope it's relevant for all of you. And that brings me to my last slide, which is just sharing some of our information and how you can reach out to get access to the portal. You can sign up for updates on Triton if you just want to receive some emails, or you can reach out to any of myself or my colleagues working on the project to get access. It's currently in beta mode, moving into full launch, full public launch, but we'd be thrilled to have you on the platform, receive feedback, collaborate, integrate with other platforms that you all have been working on. Thank you very much.
Jessica, do you mind if I ask you a couple questions?
Yes, of course.
Okay, you're a nonprofit, but it's a fee for service, right? For an agency or an individual to subscribe to your service. Is that right?
So we have a tier system for acquiring access to the service. Essentially, if you're a partner that's working in IEU fishing issues and are clearly working toward that, we can provide advanced access to it free of charge or to particular tiers of it. And then for industry regulators, there's a fee.
Who are the most opaque systems and who are the most transparent in being able to satisfy your research requirements?
That really depends on the corporate registry that we're looking at. Certainly, we've had some difficulties accessing certain jurisdictions, but for the most part, because we honed down, for example, the industrial longline fleet to those particular 5 jurisdictions, we were able to do full corporate build-outs of those networks in those examples, and we're continuing to add additional fleets to the portal as comes up in our projects, and are open to also doing so and taking on projects to build out other fleets that are of interest to our partners.
Do you have customers in the Indo-Pacific nations?
So we are actually working to build several Pacific Island nation fleets. So that will certainly be on the platform, and we're working closely with them on that.
And my last question is, I guess you would be a great service to integrate with some of the other technologies that identify vessels. To add their locations and activities to the register would probably be a pretty interesting project. Huh?
I definitely agree, and that's something that we're really interested in. So as I mentioned, Triton right now is in its beta launch, and we're getting really up and running quite quickly. And very thrilled we've already had a lot of interest in integrating Triton with other platforms and having other platforms integrated into the portfolio. So that's definitely on the horizon.
Okay, well, thank you so much for being with us.
Yes, it was a pleasure.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Our next visitor, our next guest rather, is John Parks. John's a marine scientist and senior associate with Tetra Tech, with nearly 30 years of experience promoting sustainable fisheries, conserving marine biodiversity, and addressing illegal fishing. From January 2018 through June of 2020, John served as the chief of party leading the USAID Oceans and Fisheries Partnership Project from Bangkok, Thailand. Prior to joining Tetra Tech, John served as a federal officer with the United States National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, and as senior staff at the Nature Conservancy, the World Resources Institute, and the World Wildlife Fund. Welcome, Mr. Parks.
Good afternoon. My name is John Parks. I am a senior associate and fisheries scientist with Tetra Tech, which is a private engineering and scientific services company. Today I will be talking with you all about private sector cooperation. This is a case study from Southeast Asia through the experience of Tetra Tech as an implementer for a federal contract through the United States Agency for International Development. And we'd like to speak to how private sector can be engaged in support of maritime security related to deterring illegal fishing. So the 5-year project that I will be referring to, known as the Oceans and Fisheries Partnership Project, ran from May 2015 through June 2020. 5-year project that was funded by the USAID through the generous support of the American people. The purpose was to combat IUU fishing and seafood fraud through the use of electronic catch, documentation, and traceability technologies. So these are hardware and software systems that can be used by private sector to promote sustainable fishing and conserve marine biodiversity. The project was a regional initiative, so it involved all 10 of the ASEAN member country nations who were contributing to this regional investment and testing these systems. As an overview, these systems were designed to be installed on board medium to small commercial and small scale fishing operations from ASEAN member countries. The technologies were low cost and easy to use. Once installed, they would send real-time information about the catch and vessel position and behavior through technology such as radio frequency, cell, and satellite services that are provided commercially. These data were then captured by both private sector and the ASEAN member country governments to verify that the activities on board were being conducted in a legal, fair, and sustainable manner, but also providing valuable maritime domain awareness information for those voluntary seafood companies who were supplying those data in real time. It was known as an opportunity to provide real-time data from bait to plate, or meaning from every point in the supply chain, from point of catch, and then following those products all the way through the various points of the supply, through buyers and processors, exporters, all the way to U.S. importers, so that they could then trace backwards and verify the legality of the catch. The MDA applications were recognized early on in the project and were recognized as important both for maritime security regionally and within the sovereign interests of each ASEAN member country that were participating. There were a number of technologies that were tested. I'm going to illustrate two of the private sector technologies. These are built by private sector technology companies in ASEAN, so they're homegrown. They're low cost, and they're VMS systems that are essentially lower cost and lower technology and more accessible. The first is the medium to small commercial technology, which is using a satellite or cellular system. It's essentially a two-way VMS system that was created by a company called Pointrek in Indonesia. This hardware and software system allowed those private sector companies to voluntarily cooperate with the regulations both nationally and regionally that apply, and to supply data to national authorities in real time. Similarly, a homegrown technology from the Philippines that uses two-way radio frequency communication with near-field communication tags. These are these plastic cards that you've seen in modern hotel rooms where you flash the card in front of the door and it opens. So these NFC tags are used to tag the catch and then follows the catch through the supply chain. And each time a catch was landed, the NFC tag could be tagged to the caudal tail of the large pelagic or to bins or eskies of small pelagics. So these are two low-cost monthly subscription-based technologies that were tested successfully, again, through the USAID, American Taxpayer-Funded Initiative, to demonstrate how private sector can cooperate and volunteer valuable catch data that at the same time have important maritime security implications from an MDA perspective. And in that context, you can see here, these are examples of how the radio frequency using repeaters and a mesh network of repeating by participating vessels and using transponders are able to push in real time radio frequency data about the geoposition and behavior, speed and direction of participating, in this case, small scale fishing operations. They were also able to key in information, so if they identified what they suspected were illegal operations or foreign fleets that they weren't sure were legally conducting fishing operations, they could push those data to law enforcement authorities at the relevant level, in this case within southern Mindanao in the Philippines. So those are some quick examples of a few of the 7 different technologies that were installed and tested during this 5-year project. I will say that this is just the beginning, and that these technologies, every few months they get updated, and that in many respects are quickly evolving. I think the presentations being shared during the last 2 days have really demonstrated how quickly the technology is evolving and the analytics associated with it. But it's not just about the technologies. You can see here on the slide that cooperation led to measurable, traceable metric tons of seafood being imported into the United States so that customers can verify that they're legal and safe and sustainably caught. And also 4 million in US taxpayer leveraged or matched funding from private sector. So to match the taxpayer investment or any public investment, there is private sector investment, and that's an important contribution. It's an important part of that collaboration is that private sector investment into, in this case, catch technologies that have maritime security implications. And very importantly, most of the private sector adopters, 9 out of 10 of them, slightly more, is about 92%, they are maintaining these technologies, and they're maintaining the costs and the burden on their own because it helps them with their business, allows them to continue operating in the market by demonstrating voluntarily their legality and compliance. So it helps to narrow those questions around who is doing what and whether it's happening legally. Two important legacies out of this investment. First, as I mentioned, there are many seafood companies who are across ASEAN that are moving to adopt these technologies voluntarily and push these data in real time to relevant authorities that in many cases these data have MDA application that perhaps has not been fully realized as of yet. But as this technology gets adopted more widely, that will be very important. And then secondly is that because of the catch systems being tested successfully, half of the ASEAN member countries have identified the need and have created their own national eCDT systems to not only take in these data and analyze them in real time, but then to apply them not only in the context of fishing, but also in maritime security, which really opens the door for increased private sector cooperation moving forward to deter illegal fishing. So you can learn more about this specific case study and this partnership at the two websites listed on the screen. And should you have any comments or questions, please feel free to reach out to me. My email here is on the slide. And very grateful for the opportunity to present to all of the participants here at this year's conference. Mahalo. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Next, we're pleased to welcome Pietro Sunana, Head of Landing Inspection Group at Department of Fisheries in Thailand, and Thailand Deputy Director of the Office of Third Operational Execution, ThaiMech, Thailand, that was established to coordinate information among 6 Thai agencies. Welcome, Mr. Sunana.
Thank you, Larry. Let me share my presentation.
Oh, you're quite welcome.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am very pleased to see you all today under the COVID-19 pandemic situation via virtual meeting. First of all, I would like to thank IMSE for giving me this great opportunity for speaking on the topic of organization for sharing data in combating the IUU fishing of Thailand. Let me start with the most common question. What is ThaiMech and how ThaiMech interact with IUU fishing? ThaiMech has been established since 2019 under the law of Safeguard Maritime National Interest Act 2019. The objective of ThaiMech is to be a command center for the protection of national maritime interests both inside and outside the Kingdom of Thailand. It is also integrated and coordinated with various maritime-related organizations to ensure a clear direction of Maritime Operation, which is directed by the Prime Minister. TIMAC is an integrated unit composed of personnel officials from 6 government agencies, which are Royal Thai Navy, Marine Department, Department of Fisheries, Custom Department, Department of Coastal and Marine Resources, and Royal Thai Marine Police. There are 9 topics of the area of focus. You can see IUU fishing is the second issue of concern topic. For how does TIMAC interact with IUU fishing? As I told you, one of the area of interest is IUU fishing, and the Department of Fisheries, the Department of Marine, and Royal Thai Navy are the 3 main authorities responsible for IUU fishing that have an integrated office at the TIMAC. With this capacity, TIMAC has the potential to be a highly efficient, effective agency in dealing with IUU fishing issue. In order to systematic protection national maritime interests, the authority of TIMAC is divided into 3 levels. The first one is normal situation. At this level, the law enforcement agency authorized and designated by law. TIMAC is only monitoring on the situation. Secondly, what we call integrated situation. The TIMAC takes the lead when the situation requires the integration of agency capacity or designated of authority. Thirdly, during an emergency situation, the TIMAC will take a leading role in protecting national maritime interests. Let's get started with IUU fishing situation in Thailand. As you are already know that in the past, Thailand has an IUU fishing problem since April 2015. We have got pre-identification from EU and delisting in January 2019. In the next 5 slides, I will provide a quick overview of the most recent development in Thailand fishery management scheme in compare with the previous year. And however, I am not going to bore you with presenting that status of before and after. And because time is limited, you can see it in my presentation. For the legal framework, 2 new laws were created to strengthen the legal framework. In addition, 2 action plans were developed and implemented. The legal framework primary objective is to reform the conservation and management of Thailand fishery resource. The law provides an effective monitoring, control, and surveillance mechanism that fulfilling Thailand obligation as a flag state, coastal state, and port state. Provide an effective traceability system and effective deterrent sanction. For resource and fleet management, reform of conservation and management of Thailand fishery resource from an open access system to control system under the licensing regime based on scientific evidence of maximum sustainable yield and prescription of total allowable catch to prevent overexploitation. Department of Fisheries maintain Thailand fishing effort below the MSY since 2016 for recovering our fishery resource. For monitoring, control, and surveillance, we set up core MCS agency and improve inter-agency cooperation. For monitoring activity, Department of Fisheries, Marine Department, and Department of Marine and Coastal Resource now collect specific technical and as well as scientific information necessary to enable effective fishery management. For control on fishing activities such as fishing area input and output control and technical control are used. For testability system, Thailand currently testability system was established in 2015 and electronic testability system become fully operation in 2017. This slide shows 4 major MCS agencies as well as a monitoring center and port in, port out control center under the Department of Fisheries. For sea inspection, 6 agencies are collaborating and TIMEC is provide an air surveillance. Let's get back how TIMEC interact with IUU fishing. This is a clear example of collaboration between agencies. The image shows the organizational chart of port in, port out control center under the Department of Fisheries. To strengthen the surveillance protocol in Bipo Center, TIMEC use the authority integrate situation to incorporate other relevant government agencies to inspect vessel at port. Not only manpower is established, but also indication of information for relevant government agency and other resources such as international information via an electronic system. With TIMEC, the number of fishing patrol has significantly increased, and the TIMEC is capable of establishing air surveillance as well as robust at-sea surveillance. The achievement of TIMEC on tackling the issue of IUU fishing achieved through the collaboration of several government agencies, both manpower and data sharing, would improve Thailand fishery resource to be sustainable for Thailand and the world. Thank you for your attention. Back to Larry.
Well, thank you very much. I can see what a vital contribution your agency has in coordinating all the activity of those what before your organization, I'm sure were very disparate organizations. So thank you so much for your presentation. Our next speaker, Todd Dubois, currently serves as the Fisheries Monitoring and Compliance Manager for the Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources. He joined the Secretariat in this role in May 2020. Prior to joining the Secretariat, Todd was the Assistant Director of Enforcement Operations and International Programs for the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Office of Law Enforcement. He was responsible for domestic and international enforcement programs, including participation in regional fishing management organizations, capacity building, activities, and providing fisheries enforcement input for domestic legislation and international fisheries instruments related to illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. Todd served in the U.S. delegation for the negotiation of the Agreement on Port State Measures to prevent, deter, and eliminate IUU fishing, and has served as the chairman and vice chair of the International Monitoring, Control, and Surveillance Network. As part of his assigned duties, Todd served as fisheries law enforcement representative on U.S. delegations to the International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tunas and the Commission for the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, was chair of the ICCAT Port Inspection Capacity Building Networking Group, and served as NOAA's OLE's representative to the President's Task Force on combating IUU fishing and seafood fraud. As you can see, Todd has served more than 40 years of fisheries law enforcement and is graduate of the United States Coast Guard Academy. Please welcome Mr. Dubois.
Thank you, Larry. And I'd like to also thank the Indo-Pacific Maritime Security Exchange for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. Let me go ahead and see if I can avoid any technical glitches. And Can you see my screen, Larry?
Yes, Todd, you're good.
Okay. So the next, there we go. Sorry, getting a little ahead of myself. I'll give you a little bit of a change in climate from your Hawaii venue and bring you down to the Southern Ocean and the CAMLAR Convention area around Antarctica. I'm going to chat with you just a little bit about what CAMLAR is, but focus on how we use both data analysis to ensure compliance of other authorized fleet, and that aspects of combating IUU fishing, and also some of the collaboration and work we do in combating IUU fishing in the CAMLAR Convention area around Antarctica. As you can see, CAMLAR is a regional fisheries body, is technically not an RFMO, although has many similarities to an RFMO, but we also have a specific conservation requirement under the Antarctic Treaty. So I'll often refer to us as RFMO, but realistically, CAMLAR is just a bit different than the others. We have 26 members, along with 10 acceding states, and then we have 3 cooperating non-contracting parties that are focused on our trade monitoring aspect. Yesterday, we heard a bit from Captain Harrison talking about the tyranny of distance. And I think certainly our convention area is emblematic of that issue as well. So not only many of the issues that all of you face with huge areas of water to cover and patrol, but we add in a little bit of the challenge of remoteness, in that generally this area around Antarctica, other than the fishing vessels that operate there, is fairly unmonitored. And that's the challenge that we have to deal with, as well as our members who do work in the convention area and in trying to monitor to combat IUU fishing and make sure that our authorized vessels are complying with our requirements. Just a quick overview for you. There's really 4 species that we deal with. The one that likely we'll talk the most about during the IUU discussion is the toothfish, both Patagonian and Antarctic toothfish, which shows up on your menus in restaurants as Chilean sea bass, typically. We also do monitoring of krill and icefish. So the team that I'll talk to you about today and where I am focused is the Fisheries Monitoring Compliance section of the CAMLAR Secretariat based in Hobart, Tasmania, in Australia. Our job obviously is to support our members, but to also work with non-members, intergovernmental organizations, and the public sector and private sectors with making sure that the waters around Antarctica are sustained, and that we make sure that vessels are complying with the conservation measures that affect the fisheries in that area, as well as assisting our members in detecting illegal, unreported, or unregulated fishing. So I want to chat a little bit with you today about some of the things that we're doing with data analysis. And I think that is relevant, and I've heard many speakers talk about different aspects of the data and how they're utilizing it. We'll talk to you a little bit about how we're using it and some of the sources of data, which I think will overlap with many of the other speakers. And also part of what we're doing here at the Secretariat is trying to improve the electronic usability and functionality of our compliance tools so that they're a little less person-centric. And while you have expert eyes on data and looking at data, we're trying to automate a lot more of it and bring a lot more sources into that analysis. Like many other fisheries management organizations, our typical primary tools are the vessel monitoring system that we've certainly heard about. CAMLAR does have a VMS requirement for fishing vessels operating in the convention area. And also a system of inspections, both port and at sea inspections under our convention. Of note, all vessels carrying toothfish that enter port must be inspected under CAMLAR conservation measures, as well as 50% of the vessels carrying krill into ports of our members. We have at-sea patrol work typically done by Australia, New Zealand France, the United Kingdom, and Chile are the primary inspection vessels or patrol vessels at sea. And we also have a system of inspections which lays out the requirements for all of those inspections, which are very similar to many of the things that the Coast Guard has mentioned in many of their presentations. Of note here, the catch documentation scheme is something that's very critical to CAMLAR's compliance monitoring, in that all toothfish that's landed anywhere in the world, basically it tracks through the trade cycle from the vessel that harvested it to the final point of sale. So that is an important tool that we have. Its goal is to establish legality of the toothfish shipments, and basically just to monitor it through the entire trade cycle. And I know that Dr. Mallory mentioned trade data in yesterday's presentation, and this tries to get at that. Granted, it's a smaller fishery than, say, the tuna fisheries, but our catch documentation system is actually, I want to call it the gold standard, in a sense that it's all electronic, and literally there are catch documents and export documents that go with each shipment of toothfish, regardless of where the toothfish is caught. So it goes beyond our convention area in this aspect to really drill down into the trade aspects. And it also gives us a tool to see, gee, is there more toothfish in trade than is being harvested or reported to be harvested? Looking again at that first U in IUU. Some of the additional sources of data that many management organizations use and that we definitely utilize, certainly vessel catch reporting. We do have requirements. It can get down to daily catch reporting depending on the fishery and the time of year and how close we are to a seasonal closure. We do have transshipment reports for member countries. So this does leave a bit of a hole that I think we could discuss, or benefits from this discussion, in the transshipment vessels, which tend to move all around and move from one RFMO to another and to other member and non-member waters. This is a pretty critical area for us to do more collaboration and use some of the tools that have been presented in this workshop to look at transshipment vessels and how they're operating, where they're going, and how we're monitoring what they're doing all around the world. We have what we require our vessels to do movement reports, just basically telling us when they're moving from one management area to another, and scientific observers that are on our vessels fishing in CAMLAR waters. Again, very similar tools, but the thing that we're trying to drive is how to bring all of these pieces of data together in a way that we can analyze and then use the information to actually ensure that we're getting good compliance with our conservation measures, but also dealing with that unreported or underreported aspect of IUU fishing. And of course, we also use open source and subscription sources such as IHS Fairplay as an example of some of the sources that we do utilize. And I think it goes back to some of the previous presentations on other sources that we may be able to utilize, that we may need to look at. C4AD, some of the information that was presented there may be useful in a broader context for fishery management organizations. So the thing that we've put a concerted effort on in CAMLAR in the last couple of years is to consolidate the data. So often we get scientific data that's used for science monitoring. We get observer data that's used just for observations and toward the science aspect. We have VMS that we're only using maybe for compliance purposes. So the goal here is how do we do better, actually collaboration even within the Secretariat, to look at all the different pieces of information that are coming in. And how do we then utilize it as a whole, kind of as an ecosystem approach to monitoring our fisheries and ensuring that we're getting good reporting of the resources, as well as ensuring that we're not having problems with the unreported or underreported aspects. Certainly before we can truly tackle the straight out illegal vessels in the Southern Ocean, we also need to make sure that we're dealing with the authorized fleet and ensuring that we're complying with the conservation measures. So this is what we're trying to do here in the fishery monitoring and compliance section. is automating an analysis of data and then raising flags, so to speak, for really limited staff to be able to look at. Is this an important issue? Here's a vessel that appears to not have VMS report for the last 6 hours. We need to look at that. Or here's a vessel that's been just sitting in a particular location for an extended period of time. Is there a transshipment vessel in the area? And does the catch data, or does the harvest data for a vessel match with the catch documentation scheme and the landing information and port inspection reports? So while this is probably common in many places, I think what we are doing here is trying to simplify and automate a lot of the process with what we call our FMC dashboard. And while I have a really competent and capable team that's really good at developing code and queries, I'm not so adept at that. And so it's really nice for me and the executive secretary or our other parts of the secretariat staff to be able to just say, I want to see any VMS violations, or I want to see where catch data doesn't match the catch documentation scheme landings. And these are all being automated. So you just basically hit a button and it notifies us of the issue. And then we can work with our members or work with others to look into those. Is this a problem? Does this vessel need to be inspected? Can we get this checked when it arrives in port? Those types of things that are fairly common in broad compliance monitoring and things that we've talked about in this conference in combating IUU fishing. How do we do it smarter? How do we pick our targets better? How do we ensure that we're looking at the right vessels, the right owners, the right ports, and patrolling in the right areas? So now I'll shift quickly to the IUU fishing and the CAMLR experience. I think yesterday, Gary Orr had a really good example when he mentioned some of the collaboration that's gone on in the CAMLR area with inspections. And actually that sinking vessel on the lower left of this slide is the Thunder. And that's a really interesting case example of some fantastic cooperation that included both NGO Sea Shepherds. It involved many governments. It involved Interpol. It involved Australian fishing industry. So it involved kind of a broad suite, but it was a really good demonstration from the CAMLR context that this vessel had been a problem and a known IUU vessel for years and years. And it finally got a concerted effort to get at that vessel. And you can see the result there in that picture. Well, not necessarily what was planned. That's where it ended up. And I'll also chat a little bit about the NICA, which is another really good example of the collaboration needed for combating IUU fishing. And again, things that we've chatted a bit about in other parts of the world, but it's certainly prevalent in the Southern Ocean as well. So obviously, I'm not going to focus on this slide too much. I think I've hit on it. I think the challenge is, again, our geographical area. The cost of doing IUU fishing down here is fairly high, but the profit margin, particularly with toothfish, is fairly high as a very high value species. On the positive side, what CAMLR has had through our surveillance and enforcement, as well as our market controls and looking closer at the trade of toothfish, is that the at least visible or seen IUU fishing activity has dropped down. And I know this slide unfortunately ends at 2018, but it has been consistent since then as well. From a peak back in 2005, 2006, it's steadily decreased. And we actually feel like, well, I won't ever say that we don't have IUU fishing. I think that it's gone down to a low enough level that it's even harder for us to detect now. And actually, I just want to kind of wrap this up with the standard things. IUU fishing in CAMLR is very similar to everywhere else. And I want to just mention that these were all IUU vessels that, thanks to collaboration internationally with Interpol and with our members and others, that we were able to take enforcement action against. And I think I'm out of time, so I'm going to wrap up, but this slide shows a really good explanation of how international efforts to deal with and arrest the fishing vessel Nika. It involved a variety of our partners, members and non-members around the world to get at the NECA. And we continue to want to work with others, and we will continue to work with others, I think focused on the catch documentation scheme and the combating IUU as well as beneficial ownership through all of our member and other cooperation to address IUU. So thank you very much for your time, and I apologize. I believe I went over by a couple minutes, Larry.
No worries. Thank you, Todd. Appreciate that overview. Our next guest is Paul Woods. Paul Woods is co-founder and chief innovation officer of Global Fishing Watch, serving as the principal architect of the Global Fishing Watch technology platforms. Before leaving its innovation work, Woods served as interim CEO and helped establish the Global Fishing Watch as a nonprofit organization in 2017. He now heads the development of new technologies and applications of big data and remote sensing to solve challenging problems facing our ocean. Woods is a software engineer and spent the first part of his career working with various software companies in finance, telemedicine, and big data. Before joining Global Fishing Watch, Woods served as the chief technology officer at SkyTruth, a US-based technology firm that harnesses satellite imagery to protect the environment. There he built a dedicated team of inspired technologists that were committed to using remote sensing, big data, and cloud computing to compute conservation around the world. Welcome to IMSE, Paul.
Thank you, Larry. Glad to be here. I should have given you the short bio. Yeah, so glad to be here, and I have the unenviable position of being between everybody and the lunch break, which for those of us on the US East Coast is the dinner break. So I'm just going to pop pretty quickly through these slides and just hit the high points for you. So let me just share here.
And Paul, you needn't worry because we're all either at home or someplace where we're comfortable. So
well, everybody's eating lunch right now. Yes, everyone's enjoying their lunch. I can't see them, so it won't bother me. Yeah, hi, Paul Woods, and my colleague Tim White presented yesterday, and I think talked a bit about Global Fishing Watch. So I'm going to skip some of the what is Global Fishing Watch stuff and assume that you know that. The big idea for us is that there's a digital revolution going on in the ocean, and we're really inspired to find ways to bring technologies to bear to bring data out and make it as accessible and open as possible. You've all seen this, right? This is the big idea. Take all the AS in the world, apply machine learning, identify vessel class, vessel gear type, fishing events, encounter events, AS on-off events, right? Identify all that stuff, put it on a map, and map all the fishing in the world. So that, that's our global footprint of fishing. It's not really all the fishing, it's only some of the fishing because it's only the big vessels that use AIS, but still it's a start. We're working on steadily getting at smaller and smaller vessels via VMS, small scale tracking, and other dark vessel detection stuff. But I'm not going to do all that. But then, so this is the tracking global fishing activity in real time. So we focus really on high temporal frequency data and the whole world for the last decade. I was going to talk about the importance of collaboration and sharing, since that's the topic here. We really feel very strongly that there's a big failure particularly in maritime, of getting the data from where it's produced to those that need it. There's also a big failure in data just not existing at all, which all of us are working to fix. So we focus really on how to collect all the data, make it comprehensible and accessible, and then get it in people's hands to use it for decision making. Part of that is convincing countries to share their VMS data and other authorization lists. So we have a growing campaign to do that, which we're pretty happy with. When we started in 2017, we didn't really think it was possible to do it at all, and now it seems to be a growing trend. So and all of that transparent data comes together along with the AIS to paint a fuller picture. But so I want to talk to you about what we think about in terms of from a practical perspective, what does it mean to really collaborate and share data? We have collaboration agreements with lots of organizations. Some we really work with, and some we do analyst-driven work with. But the key is for us is to focus on open source data that's inherently shareable, right, and scalable. Provide training and support, make it easy to share. If you're looking at something on your screen, you should be able to share it with other people without having to ask questions. Just do it. Easy to bring data in, easy to bring data out, and get data out in bulk. Right? You shouldn't have to click on one dot in the screen and export one dot, and then click on the next dot and export that. You should be able to get all of it. And then now, and recently, we're pivoting into really automating the data exchange between partners, which is exciting for us because it means more people will be able to use it in more contexts, and also lightweight, non-restrictive licensing, which is something that we really believe in. So on the open source, I just want to tell you about one project, XView 3. We're collaborating with Defense Innovation Unit, Coast Guard, NOAA, and to develop a project to use satellite radar, which everybody's been talking about, right? And this is a well-traveled area of detecting vessels with satellite radar, synthetic aperture radar. What we're doing with DIU is doing an open machine learning competition with a huge open data set that we produced using our technology, using Sentinel-1 satellite radar, where the winning algorithms from the contest will also be open. And then we will implement them, publish them, let other people use them. And we're hoping that we can really produce a global, totally open product from open sources with satellite radar. Doesn't fill all the gaps, but it'd be very accessible, and lots of people should be able to use it. And we will plan to operationalize the best algorithms that emerge from this competition. Competition just opened this month. It will run through November, and then early next year we'll announce the winners. We're also doing a lot of collaboration in the Pacific. Of course, we work with many of the partners that have already spoken today, C4ADS and ICMS and Vulcan Skylight and others. Sorry if I miss people. But we specifically in the Pacific, we've been working extensively with the Coast Guard. We're providing patrol support for the U.S. Coast Guard, South Korean Coast Guard, and Canada Department of Fisheries Oceans in their current enforcement plan in the North Pacific Fisheries Commission region and the North Pacific Guard. We're working with Southeast Asian partners for CARAT 21, Collaboration and Training Afloat Thailand, and CCAT 21, Southeast Asia Collaboration and Training 2021. And with the U.S. Navy Pacific Fleet, Desron 7, the Destroyer Squadron 7, working with those groups in the context of collaborations at the Information Fusion Center at Singapore to develop training on how to use the tools and data that we produce to make it more useful in those contexts. We're also collaborating with the Naval Information Warfare Center Pacific to build a data pipeline into CVision. I think I saw a comment from Ted Schmidt at Vulcan that Vulcan is doing the same thing. It's really nice engagement, and that is just an automated data feed going right into CVision of the outputs that Global Fishing Watch produces. We're very enthusiastic about that being made available to the international partners that CVision gets shared with. Who we want to have access to our data in lots of contexts. And finally, we have an MOU with U.S. Southern Command, which is developed around training, right? Training with Southcom analysts and with their international partners to help integrate making use of these fully open tools using Global Fishing Watch alongside CVision. So we're pretty excited about those collaborations, and we'd love to do something similar in the Pacific with Indo-Pacific. So, oops, there we go. So a couple of things about sharing. So we've, for a long time on the map, our global public map at globalfishingwatch.org, we've had a share what you see with others. We've just recently updated the tools to make that a lot nicer. So now you can click a link and you can share the exact view that you're looking at with anybody else. That gets used a lot. It's a nice way to just share an open source view of something interesting. We also now have a whole workspace environment where you can save those things in your personal workspace, so you can come back to them. You can also upload data into that workspace and your own spatial overlays, and build your own custom workspaces, and then share those with colleagues in a fully open way. We also making it easier to get data out. So you can now click on any polygon that, like the EEZ there of Hawaii, click on the and see a little listing of the vessels that are active in your time window. And then you can click and open up an analysis. You can see a time series analysis, and the key thing is download report. You can download a listing of all the vessels that were present in that polygon in that time range that make up that heat map that you're looking at. So that's what a lot of people have been asking us for, to be able to get at the detail in the context where they are right now. So get data out in bulk. We also have updated all of the data sets that are on the website in our download portal. So you can download on an annual basis all of the data that's in the public map. You can download that as a great big data set and slice and dice it any way you like. So a lot of people are using that for research and other things. So, but the key new innovation I want to talk about is getting data out faster. And so this is application programming interface. This is APIs. So we are making it available, making a new set of interfaces that let you connect your program to Global Fishing Watch and pull Global Fishing Watch data out. CVision is one of the first ones we're experimenting with to do that. But the idea is that these APIs will be open so that lots of people can use them. NGOs, our security partners, anybody that wants to use these things will be able to use them. Now, the open free stuff will not be low latency. It will still have the 72-hour delay that's in the public map, but other partners may be able to have lower latency products. The basic idea, there's a data pipeline, there's an API. It goes, the APIs serve our tool, everything you see in the web browser are served by these APIs. The apps that we build also fed straight to collaboration partners, and with the potential for third-party applications that are built on top of these APIs. So there are some mobile apps now which are being developed, which will pull various data streams that we have and stick it in a mobile app. We don't have time to build a lot of mobile apps, and we don't have all the context for where they need to get used. So we're happy for other people to do that. So that's all coming in the next year. We're pretty excited about that. And then the last thing I'll mention is lightweight licensing. So we're going to put a Creative Commons non-commercial license on all the open stuff so that you can just take it and use it, and you don't need to ask. If you're using it to make money, then you should come ask. But otherwise, that's how we're going to frame it. So that's it. I hope I made up some time here on our break, but that's everything I have for you today.
Paul, don't worry about making up time, but because we'd like to ask you a question. And
sure.
You've been at this now for a number of years, and what I wanted to ask you was, what changes have you seen in maritime domain awareness since you started with, I guess, 2017 when you started with Global Fishing Watch?
Yeah, so the huge increase in EO remote sensing is very dramatic. The arrival of RF detection, particularly from satellite, it will be very dramatically game-changing in this space. So that's all very exciting, and we're working now on lots of different dark vessel detection projects and trying to figure out how we can make those scalable and open because of that. So we're pretty excited. We think that within a few years we'll be able to have something meaningful to say about every vessel larger than 15 meters everywhere in the world every day as a result of that, in a scalable and open way. Which is hard to do because a lot of those things cost money. So we're really excited about that trend, and we think it will dramatically reshape the way we pursue maritime domain awareness. The other big trend is really, since we started, the countries embracing the prospect of opening up their own data, particularly the VMS data, which we really, we set out to do it, but we thought it was impossible to really do it. And now it's really becoming, people are recognizing the value of sharing right? There's value to you for sharing your data with other people, and that the IUU management it's a transnational issue. You have to figure out how to collaborate and cooperate with your neighbors, and even your people on the other side of the world, as all those IUU vessel chase stories illustrated. So those are some big trends that I think are really reshaping the way things work in a positive way.
I can almost sum up the conference to date with 2 words, and that's collaboration and transparency. And once we're there, well, a lot of other problems go away.
Indeed, those go hand in hand, right? You have to have a certain level of transparency in order to collaborate. You have to be willing to let other people see your stuff.
Sure. Well, thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
We're going to break now, and we'll be back at, I believe, 1:30. Welcome back, everyone, for our final session of IMSE 2021. We've spent much of the time earlier today discussing technology and processes aimed at detection and law enforcement. But there are other ways to mitigate the adverse effects of IUU fishing on the environment and on our regional security. So we're going to investigate some of those areas now. We'll begin with Ambassador Amanda Ellis, who currently leads global partnerships for the Arizona State University Julie Ann Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory. And we're thankful that they are also a generous sponsor of this event. I have to mention that the Julie Ann Wrigley Global Futures Laboratory is one of our IMSE, as one of our IMSE sponsors, we're very grateful. The ambassador is also an adjunct senior fellow at the East-West Center. Her prior roles include New Zealand ambassador to the UN, Prime Minister's Special Envoy, Deputy Secretary International Development, New Zealand Foreign Ministry, and the first woman to lead the New Zealand Aid Program, managing an annual budget of more than $500 million US. She's also served as the lead specialist poverty reduction and economic management for the World Bank Group. Welcome, Ambassador Ellis.
Thank you so much, Larry, and what a terrific couple of days. Aloha kako and kia ora tātou from Aotearoa, New Zealand. Thank you very much to the Indo-Marine Security Exchange, Pacific Forum, East-West Center, and APCSS. And as an alum of both APCSS and East-West Center, I'm especially delighted to be part of this collaborative endeavor on such a critical issue for both our region and our planet. As Pete Gomatautal said in his opening remarks yesterday, combating IUU needs to be both a whole of government and a whole of society approach. So I'm going to touch on a range of stakeholder responses and some promising approaches and collaboration from government, from the private sector, from academia, and from NGO partners. And I'd like to convey special thanks to ASU marine biologist Jesse Sanko and to the head director of human rights for Conservation International, Juno Fitzpatrick, and to Mark Kaplan from Invisible. Juno and Mark will both be available in the Q&A. Unfortunately, I've had a family emergency and will not be here beyond these initial remarks. So we've had an absolutely amazing couple of days, and that recent session on big data really blew my tiny mind. I think too that the focus we've had on outlining the damage wrought by IUU, both looking at the depletion of fish stocks associated with food insecurity and the loss of livelihoods, the ecosystem damage, pollution, and the aggravation of the climate crisis, which I'm going to touch on, and human rights abuses, means that this is really a wicked problem. It's economic, environment, and social. So a real threat multiplier. Now, when we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, in 2015, 193 UN member countries came together to create the world's first ever global development agenda. And everybody signed off on 17 Sustainable Development Goals. New Zealand had a particular interest in Goal 14, Life Below Water. And you can see here that the target was, by 2020, to end IUU fishing and to eliminate subsidies that contribute to IUU fishing. Now, we haven't had a lot of coverage of subsidies. So let's look at the role that they play. Now, interestingly, there are a range of different data sets. When I checked with Seafood New Zealand, their 21 estimate is 48 billion, not 13 billion. And it's interesting to see that we missed that goal of 2020. And in fact, we've been negotiating in the WTO, in the World Trade Organization, for the last 20 years on fisheries subsidies. We know that they have a significant impact. And the good news is that the new head of the WTO, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has sounded a note of optimism that we are going to make significant progress by the time of the ministerial at the end of November. So keeping fingers crossed, because this is such a key role for government. So an insight into the nations that account for the majority of harmful fisheries subsidies. And just to note that the EU would be number 3 if member countries were combined. So the type of fishing matters too, and I wanted to highlight as an example, bottom trawling. We know that when these weighted nets are dragged across the ocean floor, it's not only at shallow depths, it can be as deep as a couple of kilometers, and there's all sorts of collateral damage, not only marine life, but also seagrasses and corals. And interestingly, when you look here at this global carbons emissions comparison, bottom trawling has a more negative impact on CO2 emissions than the country of Germany or our global aviation. So CI is calling for oceans to be included in the nationally determined contributions in the Paris Climate Accords, and pointing out that not only do we have economic and environmental damage, but there's a big human rights component as well. We're looking at everything from modern slavery and labor trafficking, convergent crimes of smuggling people, vessel identity issues, flagging issues, corruption, forgery, and fraud. So I am just thrilled to see the work that Conservation International is leading under the direction of the Human Rights and Oceans Director, Juno Fitzpatrick, who will be available in the Q&A for more questions. But Juno really points out the importance of looking at what governments can do and making sure that there's that whole of government approach that Pete Gumatato referenced. Ministries and departments responsible for fisheries and aquaculture, ports authorities, the Coast Guard, Defence, Labour, Justice, Human Rights, Maritime Safety. It's a huge whole of government effort. And now there's a really exciting pilot going on with a range of partners. And I think this is really something that we're looking forward to hearing more about. And you can see here the importance of looking at decent work in fisheries to obviate these human rights transgressions and being able to see just what is going on and what are some of the solutions. And when we look at international policy, national policy, but also market solutions, we can see that there are some really positive developments. And as I said previously, seeing the big data and AI developments is so encouraging. Now, I wanted to take a specific example, drawing on work that Mark Kaplan, the former Vice President for Sustainability at Unilever, is doing. And he is really taking this market-based solution and looking at it across the supply chain. So also we will come to a couple of other pilots, but just looking at this as a very promising pilot and noting that in line with the FDA traceability policy coming into force in 2024, this program to really go from the small scale fishers and the seafood farmers right through to the consumer is a real game changer. Now, you can see here some of the benefits, and suppliers are traced using the whole chain traceability system in partnership with MasterCard and a range of other partners. And it's been fascinating for me to watch the development of Mark's work from when he ran MFish, mobile tech platform for sustainable seafood, starting in Indonesia. And now this has been translated into 7 languages with a real focus on small scale fishers, to seeing now this work with his new company, Invisible. And what I love most about it as a consumer is being able to scan the QR code and actually get this insight into the story behind what I'm eating. So blockchain is the key. And really, it's so exciting to see the new big data applications. And in talking with Mark, just really interesting that they were able to look at what was being reported by some suppliers, use the blockchain, and realize that in fact there was fraud in the system. So this is such a positive development, and I know Mark is looking forward to sharing more with you in the Q&A. Now moving to a solution invented by a marine biologist called Jesse Senko for coastal fishes. Now, we're all aware that the kind of fishing gear and the kind of fishing approach really matters. And Jesse has worked together with local fishers to come up with solar-powered fishing lights. And the idea is to lower the bycatch, rescue them, and to prevent waste as well. So often fishers will throw batteries into the sea or the glow sticks that they use. And what is so interesting is with the work that Jesse has done with small scale fishers, they were able to bring down the bycatch of turtles by 50% and of manta rays and sharks by 95%. So really lowering the waste and lowering costs of fishing and raising profits because they're able to target. So for me, this idea of working in a collaborative way right at with the small scale fishers and helping coastal communities become more resilient is a wonderful contribution that academics can make as well. And now finally, to finish off with something that I know can be controversial sometimes with the fisheries world, but marine protected areas. And I'm showing a picture here of Aulani Wilhelm from Hawaii, who began as an activist and is now a global advocate. She was behind the Papahanaumokuakea Marine National Monument and is now working around the world with National Geographic and Mission Blue to recognize informal marine protected areas, as well as the 35 fully established marine protected areas, which of course allow for rejuvenation. And I just remind everybody that there is a UN target of protecting 30% of our oceans by 2030. The current estimate is 2%. So if we want to preserve our marine environment and fish stocks for future generations, this is a wonderful tool. And I'd like to close with a quote from another woman icon of mine, Sylvia Earle, who reminds us that this decade is the most important in terms of action in the next 10,000 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Ellis. And we wish you well, and we look forward to having your colleagues in the discussion later. Next up is Hugh Thomas. And Hugh is going to talk to us about a market-based approach. Hugh?
I'd like to thank Indo-Pacific Maritime Security Exchange for providing me with this opportunity to talk about the approach that seafood buyers take to reduce, identify, and eliminate IUU from their sources of supply. Due to time differences between Hawaii and England, I have regrettably had to pre-record my presentation. But if there are any specific questions on market approaches to tackling and avoiding IUU, then please do not hesitate to contact me. My email address is shown at the end of the presentation. The presentation today will cover what customers want when buying seafood, a little bit about the complexity of seafood supply chains, the external pressures upon some sectors in the supply chain, especially at the retail or branded sectors where NGOs and consumers are clear who supplies their seafood. I've included a slide on the typical journey a retailer or supplier takes to retail, and tends to follow when embarking on sustainable seafood sourcing, and then to close the tools that seafood buyers globally are using to address IUU as well as other challenges within their supply chains. So what do customers want when buying seafood? Research has shown that irrespective of where seafood is bought in the world, quality and price are the key drivers. Yes, culture and society can influence this, but in the main, people expect good quality seafood at a reasonable price, which ultimately equates to value. When probed, customers expect their seafood to be safe, legal, and to not have been caught or processed with labour that is abused. The burden of responsibility often falls onto the people who are associated with the food that we buy, which tends to be brands, and with the Sustainable Development Goals, sustainability came to the forefront, with SDG 14 the primary, but not the only SDG influencing seafood sustainability ambitions. However, with IUU, fisheries and fishing activity, the important ambition of seafood sustainability will not be met. I thought it pertinent to include this slide, as many of you might be thinking, well, why is it so difficult for seafood buyers to just say, I don't want seafood, so I don't want IUU fish, so do not supply me with it? Well, believe me, I wish it was that easy. This slide, which I borrowed from the Seafood Task Force, shows a simplified seafood supply chain. On the right, we have a fishing vessel landing directly to a port without transshipment shown, and fish taking one of 3 routes to market. The bottom, flow from right to left, shows table or whole fish being landed. This is likely to go to the local market, restaurants and hotels, or exported at the highest value. The middle flow, again from right to left, shows the processed or value-added fish. This fish typically goes into a primary processor, who then sends it to a secondary processor before onward shipping to the market. Canned tuna is an example of this supply chain. The top flow shows one of the most complex. This relates to reduction fishery products, which are fish caught to be processed into fish meal and fish oil, which is incorporated into aquaculture feeds or animal feed and sent to hatcheries, farms, processing plants, and ultimately placed onto the market. A tropical shrimp or farm salmon is a good example of this supply chain. However, when transshipment, brokers and agents, as well as fish byproducts, are brought into the mix, these supply chains can get very long. My personal experience when working for a UK retailer, the longest supply chain we had included 18 steps in it, from the vessel that caught the fish to the product hitting the supermarket shelf. In the next 2 slides, I wanted to show some of the pressures brands and retailers are under. I've not included the regulatory requirements such as the EU IUU regulations or US seafood import program, but simply to focus on the reports and exposés. Fortunately, or perhaps not, I was in the hot seat when many of these happened. In their way, each of these relates to IUU. Whether it is the bottom right image, which shows a UK supermarket that was called out for selling unregulated and claimed unsustainable seafood products, or to the middle and left-hand images that relate to labour abuse on board vessels, which has been shown is a consequence of lack of oversight, poor regulations, and fishing companies maximising profit at the expense of people. This slide is included to show that as seafood supply chains have continued to be understood more clearly by seafood companies, NGOs and governments, IUU change for the positive began to happen. Whilst NGOs, the media and others call out seafood companies for perpetuating IUU and take the glory for all improvements in the reduction or prosecutions, many buyers of seafood have been actively involved in trying to address it. As you've no doubt heard, technology has been an important vehicle of change. I remember in the late 2000s wishing to know what fishing vessels really did when they went over the horizon. Well, technology enables that desire to be fulfilled. It is important to understand the journey that engaged seafood buyers have been on. In the last 2 slides, we looked at some of the NGO campaigns and pressures, and it is fair to say that the journey to source sustainable seafood and eliminate IUU from seafood supply chains is indeed a journey. In the main, every one of us, when faced with a problem, will either ignore it and hope that it goes away, or puts their arms around what they own and try to sanitize it themselves. Third-party certifications that warrants supply chains and sources of supply are an easy step, which many see. In wild capture fisheries, the Marine Stewardship Council is probably the best known. On occasion, and in some commodities, that works, but with fisheries being a public resource owned by everyone and often managed by the few, but exploited for profit, ongoing issues continue to taint the finished product. As companies then realise that, whilst 40 boats they buy from might be okay, that another 100, 250 actively fishing continued to break the rules, it meant that seafood rating systems telling consumers what to buy and what to avoid continued to say that they were selling fish and species that they should not be buying, and perhaps should not buy a specific catch method. The realisation sees coalitions of the willing and the like-minded coming together to jointly create improvements. Unfortunately, these improvements often stall because government regulations to manage fisheries and fishing compliance are absent, which brings seafood buyers into the often uncomfortable realm of advocating for government policy be both in place and fit for purpose, as well as perhaps more importantly, effectively implemented. The second and last step in the journey, glossed over an important step. Seafood buyers need to understand what they are buying and must map their supply chains. To do this, data is needed, and the following information should be collected via request and associated with the products being bought. All of these data points can, and as you've heard from previous speakers, all contribute to knowing whether IUU fish is being bought and traded. On its own, having data can be as big a problem as having no data. And with the seafood industry working with WWF has developed a standard called Global Dialogue on Seafood Traceability, or GDST version 1. This prescribes what name specific data should be called for both wild capture and farmed seafood products. These data points are called key data elements, and the aim is that as the digitalization of the seafood trade happens, information that is digitally captured at fishing vessel level can flow seamlessly to government regulators and into seafood supply chains. Over 60 companies from across the globe have committed to adopt and implement the GDST standards into their seafood supply chains. As I've touched on earlier, third-party certification and independent standards such as GDST are a logical tool for seafood buyers to use. Other tools include risk-based assessments that focus specifically on IUU, to individual retailers and suppliers creating their own frameworks and best practice, to the formation of pre-competitive collaborations that include IUU as part of their work stream. Despite there being options available to seafood buyers and suppliers, some choose to ignore the problem and let others sort it out on their behalf, while others simply rely on legislation. It has already been well established that legislation and its implementation is often inadequate, so ignoring the problem and waiting for governments alone to address the problem is understood by many as the way to have no seafood for sale on the supermarket shelves. One major retailer admitted several years ago that if they did nothing, then they would likely have no seafood to sell in 20 years' time. Wild fish is one of the truly sustainable proteins, and the marketplace increasingly recognises its duty to engage to address IUU and maintain their own business for future generations. On a global scale, seafood companies from different levels in the supply chain are actively engaged to address IUU. Some, like the Global Tuna Alliance, have most recently formed to advocate on behalf of their partners to governments for science-based harvest control rules, the ratification and implementation of port state measures, and enhanced fisheries transparency through the widespread use of unique vessel identifiers such as IMO numbers and VMS on vessels. GSSI, on the other hand, the Global Sustainable Seafood Initiative, was created to benchmark third-party certification standards against the FAO Code of Conduct, eliminating the arguments between NGOs about which standards were best, and so by helping to provide a market incentive towards sustainable seafood. The Seafood Task Force was formed in 2014 following the dual challenge Thailand faced of slave labour on fishing boats and the rampant overfishing and yellow card, and IUU, which landed the country a yellow card from the EU. The task force quickly realised that IUU was at the centre of both issues and set to work mapping their supply chains, advocating for policy and monitoring, control and surveillance reform at government level, and demanding fish only entered their supply chains if it was fully documented and verified as legal. CBOS is a group of the 10 largest seafood companies in the world by value. They have committed to buying sustainable seafood and have established an IUU task force which complements the work of others on this slide. I've left ISSF to talk about last. Their goal is to have long-term conservation and sustainable use of global tuna fisheries through the use of science-based practice, collaboration, and advocacy. Their members represent the majority of global tuna buyers and have developed several tools that specifically inform seafood buyers about how they can avoid IUU within their own supply chains. Over and above global pre-competitive collaborations, national groups have also formed. I've listed one example of these, the Sustainable Seafood Coalition. Originally formed in the UK following the 2012 fish fight campaign, which highlighted both false claims of sustainably sourced fish and inconsistent sourcing requirements, the SSC developed voluntary codes on the sourcing and claims that could be made. IUU assessment was an integral part of the work, which complemented the EU IUU regulations. A Spanish coalition was formed on the same basis in 2016, and a group in Hong Kong being formed in late 2018 to address at its core IUU fish entering the marketplace and either being consumed locally or shipped into China. Ooh, sorry. Acting as a coalition sent a consistent message to suppliers globally that IUU is an issue and enables members with often limited capacity and knowledge to leverage the insight of others. My final slide aims to show that over and above policies and commitments, at some point questions need to be asked, data analysed, and steps taken to make improvements to what is happening, and they must be crafted and agreed. PAS 1550, which is shown on the top right, is a code of practice that explains to seafood buyers what they should be looking for and asking, whilst carrying out specific supply chain and fish product specific IUU risk assessments. Accompanied by an implementation guide and deep dive flow diagrams, it gives seafood buyers knowledge of what is considered base practice, compliant practice, and aspirational practice to be followed when striving to eliminate IUU from their seafood supply chains. Fishery Progress tracks fishery improvement projects, or FIPs, that aim to transition fisheries from unsustainable to sustainable. Many FIPs include metrics on IUU reduction through the adoption of unique vessel identifiers, port controls, harvest control rules, etc. But disappointingly, several still ignore IUU within their plans, which must change. In summary, seafood buyers from many parts of the world recognise the importance of avoiding IUU within their supply chains and take active steps to make sure that this happens. More can and does need to be done, but we are now seeing several hundred major buyers publicly engaged in stopping IUU, and their education and encouragement to continue to avoid IUU and the increasing advocating to governments to step up and fulfil their responsibility will continue. I hope you've been given a flavour of the work that seafood buyers are doing around the world to tackle and avoid IUU. The work of seafood markets and buyers is complementary to that of governments and NGOs, and in time, even the smallest seafood buyer should be able to not have IUU in their portfolio. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Hugh. Next up is Dr. Elizabeth Selig. Dr. Selig's work focuses on the intersection of environmental and social sustainability in marine ecosystems. Her current research includes understanding social ecological feedbacks in ocean health, marine resource conflicts, and patterns in illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and labor abuses in fisheries. She has more than 15 years of experience working with international non-governmental organizations, including Conservation International, the Smithsonian Institution, and the World Resources Institute. She is part of Seafood Business for Ocean Stewardship, their science team, and core team behind the Blue Food Assessment, an international scientific assessment of the contribution of aquatic. She was a lead author on the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, Global Assessment, and is part of the International Science Advisory Council for the Stockholm Resilience Center. Welcome, Dr. Selly.
Thank you so much for having me here today, and let me go ahead and share my screen with you.
It's our pleasure. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to come here to speak with you today about how we're thinking about alternative solutions to combat IUU fishing. I'll be focusing today on work that we're doing to identify risks associated with IUU fishing and potential pathways for seafood companies to play active roles in ocean stewardship, starting with their own operations. This work has been part of efforts by a whole team of people, including those that you see listed here on this slide. I think we've probably heard from several different speakers in the meeting so far that transparency is key in the fight against IUU. And what you can see here are satellite data of fishing vessels from Global Fishing Watch, data that is helping to create greater transparency around who is fishing, where they are fishing, and even who those fishing vessels belong to. But transparency can take many forms. It doesn't have to be satellite data of the movement of fishing vessels. It can also be focusing on providing key actors more information about what is happening so that they can make better decisions and potentially change power structures. We know that transparency is key and that being able to track catches back through the supply chain is essential for identifying IUU catches. It is also critical for helping to understand where risks are greatest and for taking action in the parts of the supply chain that may be most likely to have IUU catches. Understanding risk is key because it can allow stakeholders to determine where to focus limited human and financial capacity. Our approach focuses on systemic weaknesses and drivers of risk. We believe that companies need to assess where the risks of IUU caught fish are in their supply chains and what is driving that risk so that they can adopt measures aimed at strengthening traceability, verifying the sources of their catches, and determining whether the vessels they source from have been engaged in IUU fishing. In order for transparency or any actions to scale, we need to leverage the collective power of key actors within the seafood sector. The Seafood Business for Ocean Stewardship, or CBOS initiative, brings together 10 of the largest seafood companies in the world to agree on actions that can promote greater environmental and social sustainability. As part of our scientific engagement with CBOS, we've been developing global maps that identify where risks of IUU and labor abuse are greatest at port, at sea, and associated with transshipment. For ports, we assessed risk through expert surveys. We then used those surveys and paired them with vessel movement data and characteristics associated with those vessels, such as gear type and flag identity from Global Fishing Watch, to model risks at sea and with transshipment. Today, I'm going to focus on the process that we've been using with the CBOS companies in dialogues over the last 3 years to understand what kinds of data they collect and how they might use the scientific assessments of the risks of IUU and labor abuse that we've developed to assess their own levels of risk and determine actions they might take to reduce those risks. As part of the conversations that we've been having with companies inside and outside of CBOS, we've identified that the current data being collected is, not surprisingly, done in different ways and with different levels of detail. Our key message with everyone has always been this: you can start where you are and make meaningful progress in assessing risk, even if you have less detailed data. There are still important things that companies can learn and that can inform different actions that they might take. I'm going to walk you through through the low and high data scenarios to illustrate these points. So in the low data scenario, a company may only know the general area where they are sourcing from. In this case, FAO Area 41. And then in orange, you can see our example high risk area from our risk mapping. And so when we put those together, you can see where high risk areas are within an area that a company might be fishing. In this scenario, the companies would be able to understand roughly what % of their sourcing from this area might be at risk. They won't know the percentage exactly because they don't know where in Area 41 they're actually sourcing from. And they won't know whether they are landing at high-risk ports or whether they use high-risk vessels. But they can get a sense of where they might want to dig deeper and learn more. And they can move on to learning about which ports they use and which vessels they source from, which will give them a more detailed understanding of their risk. In the high data scenario, a company would only have data on where it was fishing, not only have data on where it was fishing, but also on which ports its vessels were landing at and the risks of the vessels themselves in terms of which flags they are flying and which gear types they are using, which has also been part of our risk assessment. Knowing this means that a company can understand whether it's fishing in a high-risk area because it has specific vessel tracks to follow. So here you can see a low-risk vessel in blue that is fishing in a low-risk area and returning to a low-risk port. A company might have less cause for concern. On the other hand, a company might want to look deeper at a higher risk vessel fishing in a high-risk area, even if it is returning to a low-risk port. But of course, a company may have the greatest concern for the vessel at the bottom, a high-risk vessel fishing in a high-risk area and returning to a high-risk port. With specific vessel data, a company can know the risk level of its source fleet, the fishing area and ports where catches are being landed. If a company transships, it would also likely know the specific risks associated with transshipment. Together then, a company can get much more detailed, not only about its risk level, but also about where it might want to focus due diligence actions at port and on vessels. In the places where a company operates, it can also be an active steward advocating for better practices, not only to reduce its risks, but also to increase the sustainability of the stocks that it relies on for its business. I've walked you through the process of how we are engaging companies and determining what kinds of data they have and how they might assess risks with spatial information that we have on where IUU fishing risks are greatest. The next step is for the companies to assess what kinds of things they might do to reduce those risks internally and then work with each other and other key actors to advocate for policies and interventions to reduce those risks. As part of these efforts, CBOS has developed a set of voluntary procurement actions the companies can take as part of their commitment to eliminate IUU fishing from their own operations by October 2021. The voluntary procurement actions identify 45 practical tools and measures in the 7 key action categories that you see listed here, including things like electronic monitoring and tracking, as well as risk-based transshipment related actions, both of which would be central to mitigating risks of IUU. In addition to the actions of individual companies, collective action is also key to CBOS efforts. All of the companies view actions at port as key to reducing risks associated with IUU in their supply chains. And to that end, they have joined with other industry coalitions in a meta-coalition statement that includes a commitment to traceability and stronger attention to an implementation of port state measures in port. By identifying key areas of risk, pathways to reduce that risk, and working together across the sector on common goals, we believe this kind of private sector engagement can lead to change on the water at scale in reducing IUU fishing. Many thanks, and I look forward to the question and answer session to come.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth. And we're going to have one more speaker, and then hopefully you'll be able to stay with us and join us for a little Q&A. Our last speaker in this section is Dr. C.S. Lee. Dr. Lee is the Executive Director of Center for Tropical and Subtropical Aquaculture, University of Hawaii. His undergraduate work was completed at National Taiwan University, and he received his doctorate in aquaculture from the University of Tokyo. He is specialized in reproduction control in marine finfish and marine shrimp. Early life history of fish and shrimp. ecology of live feed organisms, and aquaculture management in general. I hope you'll pay close attention to his message. Dr. Lee sees human use of marine resources as analogous to prehistoric times before man mastered animal husbandry and man hunted on land for his protein source. Today, we are still hunting the oceans. Dr. Lee envisions farming the oceans in a sustainable way. I believe you'll find his message compelling. Dr. Lee.
Aloha and good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to present aquaculture in fisheries management plan. The take-home message of my presentation is aquaculture and fisheries should be hand in hand to address seafood security for our future generation to come. We all know water covers more than 70% surface of our beautiful planet. But some may not notice that the ocean only provided 2% of our food or 17% of edible meat. No doubt, we need more food to feed ever-increasing world population. It is estimated to be near 10 billion in 2050. With the limitation of available land in food production, we cannot neglect the potential contribution from the ocean. Achieving the benefit from the ocean, it needs swift and innovative management action. Currently, as a result of anthropogenic activities, 1 million species, including aquatic species, may be pushed to extinction in the next few years. If it happens, it will have a serious consequence for human beings, as well as the rest of life on Earth. So we have to stop it. The FAO report showed that more fish stocks are overfished or harvested beyond the sustainable year. It is also shown the shrinking of underfished stocks. Good news is that the available seafood per capita, as shown by the red curve, increased at a faster rate than the increase of the world population, shown by the orange curve. From where did we get our seafood? Our ancestors were hunters, and they went out to collect their food. But did we go out to hunt for our food now? We found them. But we are hunters to catch our fish from this ocean. The question is not whether we will farm our fish or not. The question is when we have to rely on the farming for our seafood. Why? FAO statistics has shown the yield from captured fisheries has been flat since the early 1990s. We did not expect any significant growth in the future. And at the same time, the world aquaculture has shown impressive growth to meet the seafood demand. Aquaculture is the farming of aquatic species in an enclosed area with the private ownership. But aquaculture can make more contribution to us by farming in an open area. And with the government support, we can change the ownership to the publics. For our future, the ownership can expand it from individually to the whole society, or benefit to the whole society. aquaculture and fishery can work together to secure our food source. There are many advantages for aquaculture. Through hatchery technology, aquaculture can enhance the natural recruitment of endangered or desired fish species through aqua stock enhancement activity. If we do it right, aquaculture can convert the underutilized food ingredient to a well-accepted and delicious food. Besides the contribution to the food, aquaculture can also help us to deal with climate change issue. Aquaculture then take in carbon dioxide and excessive water nutrients. For this conference, I agree it is important to have a regulation to protect the wild stocks, such as Stop IUU. But it would be more effective if we can provide another option for them, such as introducing the aquaculture. Here I have a story to tell. In the early 1980s, I received a grant from USAID to establish milkfish hatchery technology in Indonesia. Because milkfish fry from the nature is very unstable. My work was in Bali, Indonesia, where milkfish fry were collected from the shoreline during the spawning season, as shown in this slide. There was a concern about introducing milkfish fry hatchery technology may cut off the fry collectors' income source. Together with the government, we presented to the fry collector, if they're using their backyard and simple wooden structural tanks, they can raise the milkfish fry and have a more and stable incomes. And they did. With the increase in income, they changing their rearing tank into larger cement tanks, so they're producing more milkfish fry and have a more income. And their living condition was greatly improved. As shown on the left-hand side of this slide, that's their previous living condition, and right-hand side are the scene of their current living condition. They're working closely with the nearby government institution, IMRID, and now they're not only producing milkfish fry, they also produce high-value grouper, and their living condition are greatly improved. And for us, with the aquaculture, we not protect the natural recruitment, we also make it the better living for the people. 2020, Costello et al. Published a paper, The Future of Food from the Sea at the Nature. They proposed there are 4 major pathways to increase food supply from the ocean. One is improve the management of the wild fisheries, promote marine culture, advance feed technology, and shift demand. Aquaculture can produce fish for various purposes, such as for food, for exhibition, or for stock enhancement. In Hawaii, we have a producing fish for subsistence purpose, such as mullet and milkfish, or for commercial purpose, moe or amberjack. We also try to close the life cycle for high demanded marine ornamental fish species, such as the yellow tan. So natural stock will be not depleted due to overfishing. Offshore aquaculture technology has been developed in Hawaii to use the open ocean for food production. This slide shows the first generation of submersible sea cage. The cage can submerge and invisible from the surface. It will not interfere with the other surface or activities. Each cage can hold it between 100,000 and 130,000 desirable species for culture, such as amberjack or moai. Lots of the food can be produced from a small portion of the ocean for our future generation. However, we have to overcome many challenges before we can realize the potential of fish farming. The challenges can be environmental, social, and economical aspects. We have to expand the positive impact and limited negative environmental impact from aquaculture practice. We have to avoid the user conflicts while using common resources. Traceability and transparencies in production process are important to win social acceptance. Aquaculture can be a capital-intensive food production system. We have to develop a cost-effective operation system. We have to ensure equal opportunity for all countries to producing food from aquaculture. We have to assist economically disadvantaged countries to benefit from aquaculture practice. Finally, we have to work together as a team, collaborate to overcome challenges. Like the integrated multi-trophic aquaculture system, it assembles different aquatic species with a different demand in the same water body. Unconsumed feed and fish fecal matters from the cage were consumed by shellfish or detritus, such as sea cucumbers. And the dissolved nutrients in the water can be used by phytoplankton, such as seaweed. By working together, it diminishes the pollution from aquaculture practice. Aquaculture can also benefit fisheries by enhancing the habitat, created new habitats for other fish species. The study has shown that shellfish and seaweed farming has created new habitats for other fish species and other aquatic creatures. Cage culture of fish can also create another feeding ground for other wild fish species. The article, The End of the Line, published by Time in 2011, authored by Brian Walsh, concludes very well. If we're going to survive and thrive in a crowded world, we will need to cultivate the sea just as we do the land. Do it right, one step toward saving ourselves. Do it well, enjoy the taste of it. I will conclude my talk with this blueprint by Noah. If we work together and do it right and do it well, we'll have our future food from the sea and a resilient coastal community. Mahalo.
Thank you, Dr. Lee. Well, I'm hoping we can get some folks together here to talk about a few of the presentations we've just seen. So I'm looking for Dr. Seelig. Hello. And also looking for Dr. Lee, if he is here.
Yeah.
And looking for Juno Fitzpatrick. Well, we're 3 for 4.
Yeah.
There is that Juno?
Hi, yes, this is Juno. Great
Oh,
to meet
terrific.
you, Larry.
Thank you so much. So Juno, since you were the last one here, I'll call on you first.
Okay.
I want to ask about what are the costs associated with the system that was described? The bait to plate certification with a code on the final retail product or in a restaurant.
So that work stream is actually Mark Kaplan from Invisible, who I believe is not online currently.
Oh,
so
okay.
At Conservation International, we're working at the nexus of human rights and fisheries sustainability. And rather than certification, we're focused on human rights due diligence models for the seafood sector and having a better understanding of decent work conditions in industrial and coastal community fisheries. And
So is this an analogous to the garment industry? And maybe 2 decades ago when that was a big issue with some of the sweatshops in China, et cetera?
Yeah, that's a really astute observation. It's interesting comparatively to textiles, to minerals, to mining. The seafood sector has one of the worst performance sectors for social responsibility and human rights violations on the planet. And we believe that it's easier, and we look to agriculture lessons learned with regard to the protection of people within sustainability standards and frameworks. But when you're at sea, there's high levels of opacity and migratory stocks. That makes things much more complicated when trying to, within supply chains, have stronger visibility. And so I know on yesterday's session, Mark Zimring from the Nature Conservancy presented, and something really interesting that the Nature Conservancy is exploring is electronic monitoring at the vessel level, focused on the environmental output of the fishery. And something that we're exploring collaboratively is what does it look like to raise visibility at the vessel level, but account for the human rights output of that fishery, its social performance, and how crew, communities, and observers are engaged. And that really stems from our theory of change, that the overexploitation of the ocean is enabled by the overexploitation of people.
Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Seelig, you kind of frame this issue around risk and risk assessment. And I'm wondering if insurance companies are interested in your work.
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's actually an active part of our research. I think there's been some really important work done around beneficial ownership and trying to find leverage points there. And I think the insurance industry and companies represent a next sort of potential set of actors that can provide leverage, not just on IUU, but also on social issues related to labor abuse in fisheries as well.
Dr. Lee, I think I remember a statistic earlier in this conference about the quantity of seafood that is consumed in mainland China. And I thought I saw a number that more than 70% of what is consumed in mainland China, seafood, is a product of aquaculture. And can you comment on how it's done there and where they got to where they are, which seems like a pretty high percentage?
Well, according to the FAO statistical data, it has shown China is one of the major producers in terms of fish farming, the worldwide. We have something like 80-some percentage come from Asia, and the majority of those all come from China and in the fish farming. And in the early day, I would say probably before 1990s and above, China, they are one of the major exporters of the seafood to the other countries. But as their economic developed in China now, the China, instead of the exporter, they have become the importer now. So for example, like a shrimp, before they export the shrimp to the outside world, to the US and European and country and so on. But now, the way they do is they have to import it to meet their local consumption because the living standard or the income increase the general population. So but in China, your question about how they produce it, well, they have two sources. One is the fishing, capture fishery, and another is their main, the beginning, they started mostly is freshwater aquaculture. That's their major production. And even now, the freshwater is probably the slide I showed that the FAO graphic there, you can see although the fish farming since 2014 provided about more than 50% of the seafood we are eating, but the majority of the aquaculture is come from freshwater sectors.
Okay.
And that's where China they produce it. Yeah.
What's the biggest barrier to open sea aquaculture in the U.S.? Why isn't it more widely accepted or adopted than it is?
Well, I guess it's really depend on who you talk to and what, but everybody probably agree very much is regulation is one of the major barriers. I'm not saying that is no good, of course, because we need to protect our environment, protect our ocean, protect our water. Okay, so the regulation wise, because so stringent the regulation, so it's very difficult for the people coming to started farming in the U.S. water. And so you see is many technology developed in the US, then people go to farming outside the world. Even in Hawaii, the open ocean aquaculture, as I mentioned about, but the developer, after they practice and prove the technology, and instead of doing in the US water, they will go to the other country, like Mexico, for example. Marine shrimp, the same situation. The USDA has to provide and develop the marine shrimp farming technology. And with that technology right now, you can see the shrimp is doing is in Asia instead of in the US. Hawaii only take advantage as the SPF broodstock. I see you may have heard about that, specific pathogen-free broodstock. So we are as the broodstock provider, but we are not producing the merchant, the commerce. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's kind of the difficulty, and acceptance. People, we still perception why people still don't. I mean, the US, I think we still more rely on the livestock than aquatic species. But, it take a while, need to educate to the people about eat seafood actually will be good for your health. Yeah.
Sure. Dr. Seelig, we saw a lot of various technologies to track ships and more transparency in their activities and their itineraries and where fish is unloaded, et cetera. Do you see opportunities now to better assess risk with some of these newer technologies?
I do, and I think some of it is also, we can use a lot of the technology that we have and still make progress. And I think some of the companies that we've worked with, they're starting from, of course, that data is there, but they haven't been asking those questions and collecting the data in a way that they can really track patterns in their supply chains. And so part of the process and the conversation with them is really around what kinds of data they need to collect to assess risk. And in some cases, that means going back to suppliers and asking more questions. And often the data can be there, but also, to get more detailed, the opportunity to collect vessel-based data, I think is reliant on a lot of new exciting technology, satellite-based technology, and then pairing that with research on things like ownership and on insurance and other things that can offer windows into leverage points of key actors.
We did see yesterday a presentation about looking at persons rather than vessels and the importance of that. So I assume that plays large in what you're doing.
Yeah, if you haven't been asking these questions and thinking that they're important to ask, then the data is, of course, seems very far away, but actually I think a lot of it is at hand. And it's just a matter of trying to ask the right questions of the right people and to create systems that essentially allow you to track that information and be aware at a more readily available way what's happening in your supply chain.
Mm-hmm. Juno, here's a question for you that came in was, how has the COVID pandemic impacted the well-being of our maritime crews involved in fishing?
Yeah, so the COVID pandemic has had a number of impacts, and my colleagues Elena Finkbeiner and Nathan Bennett released an incredible paper which looks at the COVID impacts on small-scale fisheries and how this is exacerbating existing human rights and fisheries issues pertaining to economic, social, and cultural rights. Now, for those at sea, we're seeing that criteria or instances that are driving or exacerbating this nexus of overfishing and human rights abuses, such as transshipment at sea, spending longer time at sea, not coming into port. This means that there's less touch points of when crew are able to access services in port. And so in that sense, COVID is potentially exacerbating these existing and underlying drivers of human rights issues at sea. There's also the seafarers kind of focus, which interestingly, like the maritime agencies, their kind of safeguards are much more progressive than protecting fishers or crew. And so there's been a number of kind of guides that have been circulated to support seafarers within kind of maritime and transport, but not fisheries. And so I think that fisheries has a lot to learn with regard to how to better safeguard crew. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Lee, I had a question about aquaculture and migratory species like tuna. Can they be farmed in a sustainable way?
Well, I think my answer well, yes, we can manage it and farm in a sustainable way. But it's not something simple, easy job, of course. But yeah, it can be done. And there are many people actually, they like it to really start to farm the tuna. And I have been approached by many actually major fishing company. They told me about that. They catch the tuna in the Pacific Ocean there, but they see because of climate changing, the stock changing, and so on. So they see the importance of probably they should start to shift it from just harvesting from the ocean. They should put something back to there. So that's what I say the future, the definition, I spent quite a time for the definition of aquaculture is really just, I put it by myself. I don't know if people agree with me or not. Instead of to farming as your private ownership, we should start to expand the farming into for the general public, for the future human beings and so on. And I see many potential opportunities there. If we, our scientists that can work in together there with fishery scientists and aquaculture and biology and so on, we get together, we should be able to overcome this issue and producing the tuna and put it back to the ocean and for them to grow and harvest them. And for those migratory fish, in fact, some of you might not familiar, like as I heard at the beginning, I'm from Taiwan, and the mullet is one of very important fish for us. That's a migratory fish as well too. Then when I was undergraduate, I already keep on saying that we need to produce more mullet and release it and have them to migrate, go back to the mainland China and feed in and grow up until become adult and come back to Taiwan, then we can harvest them again. Yeah, so yes, yeah, the answer is yes. And we just need to work together, yeah.
This is a question for Dr. Selig that came. There's a possibility that the most relevant operators for IUU, I guess the operators most likely to be involved in IUU fishing, are likely the hardest to get information on. So for a risk assessment, does this create a bias? And have you thought much about how to address this bias?
I think that's a great question. And of course, it would keep anybody up at night trying to think about it.
It's what you know, what you don't know, or you know what you don't know, right?
Yes, I was going to say it's about known unknowns. And I think actually that's an important concept here. And I think one of the things that we try to do is to be very deliberate about where we think we don't have good information. So that's, saying this is places where we have less certainty, and also really deliberate about saying that there are no areas of no risk, in part because of those sort of known unknowns, but that lower risk areas at least maybe initially lower priorities, but that you hope that you can create a chain reaction essentially by having companies engage in greater due diligence in the sort of high priority areas, and then that's sort of like a pilot that sort of then goes out across different risk categories. But I would also say that, at least in some of the data that we look at, we can see sort of what I might call kind of closed loops where, it's the same fishing vessels and carrier vessels and insurers all from the same country. Those are places where I think we know we need to look deeper and try to understand, because there's often less transparency. It's often harder to understand what's actually happening with the actors involved. And I'm sure that there are other cases like that out there. So definitely something for all of us to keep thinking about and wrestling with.
Do you see a day when we may have true traceability, bait to plate? Is that in our future?
I mean, the optimist in me would always answer yes. But I think it's always also going to be something that's adaptive. And challenges will come up, and we'll need to try to think about ways to adapt to those challenges, because I think fisheries are nothing if not very dynamic.
Good. What I'd like to do now is give each of you an opportunity to have the last word. So Juno, we called on you last, so would you like to give us your last word?
Sure. Well, firstly, thank you so much for the opportunity. And I was finally able to get Zoom working on my laptop.
You're doing
so
fine.
Apologies
you're fine.
for joining on my phone previously. But I think having, such an incredible cohort come together to discuss these issues really raises the point that we need, that it's intersectional, and that we need environmental groups, human rights and labor groups, academics, industry, data scientists, investigative journalists, all, collaborating to focus on this issue. And I would just highlight, firstly, the need for improved cooperation between authorities in order to tackle these challenges. So beyond, fisheries departments responsible for fisheries and aquaculture, we really need to bring in the port authorities, Coast Guard, defense, labor, justice, human rights groups, maritime safety, to ensure compliance with not only international human rights and labor standards, but also port state measures and those policies in places that protect against illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. I also think that from a policy perspective, there are existing levers such as the port state measures or the Cape Town Agreement and ILO protocols that can be used or are being used to eliminate or deter IUU fishing. And so how can these same levers be used, developed and strengthened to deter, eliminate or introduce safeguards to reduce the risk of human rights violations at sea?
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Lee.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks again for the opportunity to talk about aquaculture. And I will say everybody probably agree with me. We want to live healthy and live longer, right? But we want to live longer is not to take a medicine as a food. We want to take a food as a medicine. And if we want to take the food as a medicine, we need to have a more seafood. And if we want to have a more healthy and safe seafood, I think we need to depend on aquaculture and fishery to work together. And the last thing I want to say is aquaculture right now is being examined by many people under the microscope. And I want to say is aquaculture researchers and operators, they are working very hard to try to make sure we meet the public's expectation and do the best practice. And so I will just want to say again, seafood is very important for everybody, for you to live longer and live healthy as well.
Thank you. Dr. Seelig?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me, and also for this wonderful panel discussion, which has been really fun to close out my afternoon and head into my early evening with. It's always really exciting to hear about the work that others are doing and engaged with across the supply chain, with civil society, with private sector and with governments, because I think that there's really multi-stakeholder engagement is really critical for being able to resolve not only issues related to IUU fishing, but also labor abuse. And sometimes I envision a balloon and there's no one pin that's going to pop this balloon, this challenge balloon for fisheries. It's really about kind of how many pins we can put in it and push on all of the potential leverage points that we have. And I think that really making progress is going to be reliant on cooperative action on tackling both environmental and social sustainability issues together. So
thank you so much, and thank you all. With that, I think I get the last word. And so what I want to do is thank everyone. for being a part of this conference. And I want to thank our sponsors and partner organizations who made the event possible. A special thanks goes to Peter Olson, who was invaluable in identifying and recruiting the amazing cadre of speakers. And I also want to thank Wade Turvold from the Daniel K. Inouye Asia Pacific Center for Security Studies, who rendered sage advice and helped assemble our online library. And finally, I want to thank Anna Reedy from the East-West Center, without whom we would never have crossed the finish line. I'd like you all to check out our website at imschawaii.org for a record of these proceedings, which will be available to registered attendees. We should have, I think there's a live link there now that you can watch the proceedings, and we will have videos posted in the next several days. Also, I would ask you to encourage your colleagues or researchers to browse the library pages to learn more about IUU fishing. There's, again, Peter Olson was so helpful, and Wade Turvold in helping to build a very comprehensive library there that I hope will become a resource for you. Well, we hope that you found the presentations informative and relevant. We hope that you'll join us next year in 2022. So until then, mahalo for spending this time with us, and a hui hou.